Goeiemorgen and good morning to everybody. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Saturday so far. And of course, as always, welcome to Escape to Nature. We are currently in Mashatu, and we did have two spur-winged geese, but of course they took off as they realized the show is about to start. As always, I'm Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I am very, very excited for today. I am very happy that all of you are joining us, and I really do have an inkling that we're going to see some amazing things today. I am so ready for today, and I hope all of you are as well. So currently it seems like it's a little bit not quiet, but the animals are still to come to the beautiful waterhole here in Mashatu. And I'm really hoping we see some elephants here today. I think we are overdue for that. But as always, this is of course a live and interactive experience in Safari. So please do send us any questions or comments you have throughout the day, whether it's about anything, the animals, the reserves, the naturalist, all of us crazy people. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us, and please do send us any questions, comments, suggestions. This is after all your safari, and we would love to hear from all of you. So please do let me know what you would like to see today. As I say, I'm very excited to hopefully be seeing some elephants today, but we shall see if we get that lucky. Matthew, good morning, and thank you so much for your comment this early already. I love it. You are saying you wonder what Mother Nature has in store for us today. As do I, believe me. It is, as I always say, rather expect nothing and just appreciate everything and enjoy everything. Then we might just get a little bit lucky. But yes, it seems like it's a fairly overcast day here in Mashatu. So we will see. Goodness, Lisa. I promise I just had coffee this morning. But we will see what is going to happen today in our various locations. So of course we'll have Mashatu, Djuma, hopefully Ukukuyo, and then hopefully we'll get to visit some of our other locations as well. Oh, that is just poop. I thought it's perhaps terrapins. Ali, you are saying good morning, lovely Lisa. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, I'm trying to think of an adjective that starts with A. Awesome. There we go. Good morning, awesome Ali. Thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate it. And I really do hope we're going to see some wonderful things today. But I have to tell you, I'm so thrilled with how Mashatu is looking. It has become so green in such a short space of time. Goodness, I'm struggling with my S's today. Let us just take a look-see around the whole waterhole and see what might be hiding from us. And on Wednesday I did see a whole herd of impala later the afternoon. No babies yet, so hopefully we'll see some baby impalas here in Mashatu. It will be very interesting to see if they have had any little ones yet. And hopefully we'll see a few on the Djuma Dam cam. I'm still looking for the piglets on the Djuma Dam cam. So hopefully we'll get to see them as well. And perhaps our baby zebra in Ukukuyo. I'm yet to see that dark, fluffy foal. Good morning, Lapwing. Grooming yourself so early. And I have not yet today heard our woodlands kingfisher. He's perhaps still waking up. But that will literally make my day if we get to show all of you that woodlands kingfisher, even if I get to see it at Moshato. I've not yet seen it, so hopefully it's the small victories. And I have to tell you, I've been realizing that just like our elephants here in Moshato, I've really been taking the quillias for granted, because they were around for quite some time, and now that they are not around anymore, I do miss them. I'm not gonna lie, even though they were super noisy and they love to photobomb, I really would love to see them again. Just want to see what that, I don't know if we'll be able to, but I just want to see if we can see what that bird is in that acacia. It's a little bit tricky. Might be an LBJ, as we call it, a little brown job, or perhaps even a weaver. Antonio, you would like to know what bird has the loudest alarm call. I would say Franklins are pretty loud when they are alarming. And just trying to think. There's a lot of loud birds in Africa, I have to say. Yes, Franklins, in terms of alarm calls itself, Franklins have pretty loud alarm calls, but then of course the red-crested Koran is a pretty loud call when it's getting ready for its mating rituals. Just want to get us a further look away and see what's happening around the... Woo! Gee, well spotted. My director just whispered in my ears, there are perhaps some giants in the background, so let's just see if they do come around. I did see them moving off to the left, but hopefully they jump on the game path and then come this way. But let us just see if there are not in fact already elephants here, because as I'm sure many of you have seen here on Escape to Nature, specifically at Moshato, you think nothing is happening and then ta-da! Good morning, Egyptian geese. We hear you. We do know you are present as always. Alright, so hopefully the elephants will be coming through here on this left side. Just below that dead tree. But let me just have a look-see on the other side and see if there are not some that have arrived already. Not yet. So they should be coming, I would say, in the next minutes. They should be coming through on the game path just off to our right. Unless they are sneaky and of course loop around. They do that from time to time as well. Come on, heffalumps. Just want to have a look off to our right, because perhaps they did in fact loop around. Sometimes they do prefer coming to the more shallow end and coming directly to the green area. And for those of you that are new to Escape to Nature, this is literally where we take a seat or step back and just relax a little bit. Just listen to all of the animal noises, the birds, everything that is happening. We literally just immerse ourselves in nature and just take it all in. It literally, I think personally, it is the best description, escaping to nature. Just having a little bit of a therapy session. So my prediction was wrong on the minute for the elephants, but hopefully they do arrive. I wonder where our elephants have wandered off to. Why would you bypass a water hole? We'll just give it a little bit of time, as we've learned with our elephants. They are very unpredictable, as predictable as they can be with regards to their patterns. Sometimes, they they do make us think one thing and then do a completely different thing. So I'm just going to keep checking every single corner, and hopefully they will come. If they don't, I will call them. But yes, please do let me know what you are hoping for today. It doesn't just have to be at Mashatu. It can be at Okukoyo or Juma or some of our other locations. Of course, it is Animal Bingo Day today, so always great if we also get to unofficially participate and see what we can see. But again, it's good to just sometimes sit back and appreciate the sounds and everything that is happening around us. I really do wish we could smell everything. I can just imagine this water hole is... you can just smell all of these trees and everything around us. Let's see if I can perhaps spot any movements deeper into the bush. Kenneth, you would like to know what is my favorite bush smell? That is a tricky one because there's so many things. I think just, and it's going to sound very cliche almost, but just rain in general, all of the different smells that you get from the bush being revived after it's properly rained. And you can just literally smell everything coming to life. Of course, the famous popcorn smell as well from leopards are pretty iconic as well. And this is gonna be very weird. Don't judge me for this, but I really do enjoy the smell of elephant dung, fresh elephant dung, specifically when I'm tracking them, because then I sort of know, okay, well, I'm close, I'm on the trail, I'm about to find them. But yes, I do. Luckily they are vegetarians. Lion dung on the other, or scat on the other hand, is not so wonderful to smell. But yes, I do enjoy elephant dung as well, specifically when I'm tracking them. And yes, but as I say, literally just anything in the bush. I love summertime because you can smell all of the flowers. Even a silver cluster leaf tree. I never thought I would ever say this in my life. And as you've heard a lot of our naturalists mention, it is not a pleasant smell. But I have not been to the bush in quite some time, so I'm very much due for a visit. And I actually miss that smell, believe it or not. I'm sure as soon as I smell it, I will be very much over it very quickly. But yes, definitely rain, elephant dung, just everything in the bush is really an awesome smell for me. Ooh, and I love wild anise. I love that smell as well because I actually love licorice. So yes. And yourself, Kenneth, have you been to Africa? Have you been to the bush? What is your favorite smell? You're more than welcome to let me know. Just want to check this one side again, because that is very odd that the elephants would just walk past the water hole. There's no way that they've been here already. I'm sure I would have seen that. And I really do hope our spur-winged geese do return as well, because I was so excited when I got in this morning. They were there, and of course they took off. Mark, what an interesting question. Have I ever seen a blind bird before? Oh my goodness, I'm trying to think now. A blind bird. What an interesting question. I don't think so, not to my knowledge, no. Not that I know of. I have seen one with just one eye before. It was a Lanner falcon. And it actually just had one eye, so I assume that must have been from combat with another competitor. But and funny enough, it healed very well and everything. I didn't see the actual fight, so I'm not sure what happened to it. But in terms of completely blind, no, I have not. That is a that is a very interesting thing to have seen. I wonder if anyone else has. But of course it's possible, Animals are not perfect, even though I think they are not always perfect. And they do have defects, or, they do become injured. Just like we've seen with our beautiful dark mane in the Sabi Sands. Unfortunately, it is a very, very tough situation out there when you are a wild animal, even if you are something like a lion that's, top of the food chain, king of the jungle. You do have so many challenges that's going against you. As I've mentioned before, on my previous reserve that I worked at, the one lion he was part of a coalition of 3 brothers, and eventually the 2 of them just decided to gang up on him. He wasn't part of the group anymore, they completely started excluding him. and he became so malnutritioned, and I don't know why they just completely rejected him, which is odd because, of course, male lion coalitions is not a very common thing, but it does occur in nature, and again, we will never know why it happened. But the animals out here really do what they need to do to survive and to just sort of make sure that they can still reproduce and carry on and carry forth their generations, etc., etc. So I personally do not know if I'm strong enough to be able to have been a wild animal out there. I think you face so many challenges. But yet, somehow they do make it work. Okay, I'm just going to take one last look for the elephants. Hopefully they come. And there it is, our wonderful woodlands kingfisher teasing me for the day. It has started. I will find you. Even if I have to spend the whole day looking for you, I shall do so. They are, of course, beautiful, beautiful birds to see and to photograph. I've got many wonderful photographs of the woodland kingfisher, but as I say, that is probably my favorite call. With birds, at least, in nature. Alrighty, well, it doesn't seem like our elephants... What bird is that? And where is it going? Just want to see what this bird is doing. If I can keep up with it, that is. Come on, work with me. Is it our geese? Are they back? What are you? Yes, it's one of our spur-winged geese. They are back. He's back. It is back. So of course these are not very common birds to see, very, very special to see them in fact, and they are called spur-winged geese due to the defense mechanism that they have. Their wings are sort of sharp, if you will, and they fight each other with that. So hopefully this guy will be very nice and open the wings, and you can actually see the actual spurs in the wings, which is like a weapon that they use. But very, very cool birds to see this. I'm just trying to think now. I don't think I've ever seen one for myself yet, so it is still a lifer for me. Ooh, I lost it. Just give me a second. Oh man, where did you go? Jack, sorry about that. I was just trying to see if we can find our goose again. You would like to know, what do spur-winged geese eat? Oh, and you are 9 years old. That is wonderful. Thank you so much for watching Escape to Nature and getting in touch with us. So, for the most part, they forage for like rhizomes, which is shrubs and bulbs, vegetation, plant matter mostly. So, and even in water, you can see them feeding on the lilies and the greenery in water itself as well. Just trying to figure out.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Ooh, there's 4 of them. So initially when I saw them a couple of days ago, I only saw 2 of them. But of course, you know, as I was looking from afar and scanning the whole waterhole, I initially thought it's southern ground hornbills first. So as I say, this is super exciting for me because I myself do not have a lot of experience with these geese. So this is truly, truly so cool for me. 4 spur-winged geese. Oh, and we've got a black crake. Hi, little one. 5 spur-winged geese. That's it. We won animal bingo. Male D, let it be known. No, I'm just teasing, of course, but this truly is a victory for myself. As I say, I have not seen these birds in real life, and it's pretty cool to see so many together. And then, of course, the tiny black bird with him, that is a black crake that just took off. And he's practically running around. And we've got another black crake. And another one. Jeez, these birds are multiplying today. And you can see there is a clear size difference between 4 of them in comparison to the one. So that one I suspect would be a breeding male. And it truly is. Rolf the other day in Kariga also saw spur-winged geese, and he actually, I think he had, I'm not sure what the smaller bird was, but he had the spur-winged goose, an Egyptian goose, and then a smaller bird as well. And it was so fascinating to see the clear size difference between all of these birds, because even Egyptian geese are fairly sizable, but when you take them in comparison to these guys, there's definitely a very, very clear difference to them. Oh, this is so cool, honestly. What a way to start our day. Just want to take a further look away again and scan the whole water hole, just for in case those elephants sneak in on us and escape again without us ever knowing that they were in fact around. Just gonna make sure, just bear with me. For those of you that know me by now, you will know that I like to check every single corner and make sure that we are not missing anyone. Everyone is accounted for. The other day we actually saw a secretary bird, our first secretary bird in Ukukoyo, which was pretty cool. So it's always good to just double check everything. I'm really astonished that our elephants just walked past the water hole. But perhaps they were on a mission, or they were going to another water hole, or they might have just come from one. Alrighty, we're gonna take one last look at our beautiful geese. I just do want to see if they are gonna perhaps do any form of display, which is pretty cool to show or to see. So you can actually see that spur on their wing. And if not, we'll see what is happening in our lovely Djuma. Look at our pajama donkeys. And of course, our impalas. Just beautiful. And waterbuck. We've got a wonderful Zoomy helping us out on the Djuma Dam cam. And we were actually just observing some behavior as well between a male and female waterbuck. But she was playing a little bit of a hard to get game. And I'm very adamant that we will see a baby zebra. I'm very adamant on seeing the actual birth. But I'm very, very excited for the first foal in Djuma. Ooh, and there's a Nyala in the back also camouflaging very well, a Nyala bull. If you just look, basically the impala, from the impala, 12 o'clock straight up from the screen, and now it left, and now I look like a crazy person. There it is. And as always, the Woodlands Kingfisher came from Mashatu now to tease me over here. I really do hope I can frame on a Woodlands Kingfisher one of these days. Ooh, and our awesome Zoomy also just pointed out to us there's a saddle-billed stork, well spotted, just below on the left. You can just see a little bit of movement if he does decide to show himself, or the jester bird as I call it. They truly do remind me of the jesters in the medieval times. And as always, all of these animals can coexist. None of them are going to feed on each other or try and hunt each other. And even though they are all vegetarian, they fall in different categories, with the zebras being bulk grazers, so they don't really mind. They just eat any grass. The waterbuck, as you can see, also a grazer. And then the impala that we saw, a mixed feeder who feeds on leaves and grass, but right now there really is an abundance of food, so the animals are not too picky right now. And of course they can all let each other know, hey, there's a leopard coming, or whatever the case is. And they will actually help one another out. Ooh, let's see if we have some babies. Where are the babies? Nancy, good morning. You would like to know how often do zebras dust bathe, or should they dust bathe? It doesn't really, there's not a specific requirement as to on an hourly basis. It really, in summertime, from my personal experience at least, you will see them doing it rather often, because of course in summertime there's way more ticks and parasites and everything around. So then you will definitely see them doing it more, and of course the heat also sort of creates the insects and everything to crawl around even more on the bodies. So then you will definitely see them doing it way more than they would, for instance, in the winter time. But it really does depend on the zebra or the individual. Of course, as I say, generally when it's hotter you might see them doing it more often as opposed to on a cool day. Of course, dust bathing is what they do. And of course they do it for cleaning purposes, as I say, to sort of get rid of all the ticks and parasites and all of that. And to rejuvenate the skin, of course, which is why they are the fashionistas of the bush. So Dee is saying she thinks we must do another counting competition for the impalas. So what we will do is we will just zoom out on the impalas and then give a quick estimate as to how many impalas there are. Alrighty, let me just see if we can take a further look away. Alright, Mel said 20, Zek said 15, D says 11, I say blah blah blah. I just want to see if I can get a proper view. I'm gonna go with 12. Alrighty, so if, of course, everyone is here, of course, there might be some out of view, but the ones we can currently see, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14! 14 impalas. Well done, Tech. You were the closest. Well done indeed. But I mean, this is not challenging enough. The other day we did zebras at Ukukoya, and that was a fairly challenging one, of course, due to their stripe patterns. But also they were way more than we actually initially thought. So we will definitely perhaps... Oh, there's another... Let me just see. There's another impala. But that doesn't count. I mean, okay, Tech, now you officially win, because that makes it 15 impala. But that one wasn't in frame, so I don't know if that counts. But we will definitely make it a bit more challenging today. Hopefully we'll see some elephants somewhere. And hopefully Mother Nature blesses us with a massive herd. Then we'll do a bit of a challenge then. Beautiful, beautiful waterbuck. I call them the African reindeers. And then our jester bird, or the saddle-billed stork, is playing a little bit of a hard to get. Gooey! Birdie! Silly bird. Hopefully we'll just give it a minute or two. There we go. Come on, you can do it. You want to? Turn. There we go. And now, show yourself. Come on, you can do it. Da 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 da! That is our saddle-billed stork. Beautiful. So nice of you to join us. Oh, and you can see he's getting some breakfast. It is that time of the day after all. Well, I think if you're an animal, pretty much there's no such thing as breakfast or lunch or dinner. You can literally eat anytime. That's my kind of life. Sandy, you are saying you love how colorful their beaks are. Absolutely, so do I. That is why I love these birds. Very, very cool birds to photograph as well. I always say they've got a sticky note on their bill. Because it really does seem like someone just, stuck that right on there. I've actually had guests that we were also on safari, and thankfully I got them very much into birding, because we did not have a lot of luck on our first 2 days with actual animal sightings and action and everything. What is this stork doing? And they actually thought that the blacksmith lapwings were the babies of the saddle-billed stork. And I said, yes, well, that's a fair evaluation. They definitely do have the same plumage when it comes to the feathers, with the black and the white. And that is definitely a very, very reasonable explanation. But, of course, they are not. But it is so interesting what you can make people believe on safari. If you really have like a good group of guests, and you can really make a lot of jokes with them. The one time I literally made a guest believe that a hippo becomes a rhino when they have conquered another hippo. So in a battle of some sort, and then they will come out of the water when they've won the battle in the water, and then within the next hour or so they will have a horn and become a rhino. But of course that is not the truth. I promise you, you can ask any naturalist in Africa or on this earth, what questions have they had, what stories have they told that have completely not been true. Someone has once asked me, how many impalas does a giraffe feed on in a day? So, and for me, I'm a very, it's a flaw, but it's also, I think some days it's a good thing. I'm a very sarcastic person. So, and this guest was really, I don't know if they were joking as well. So eventually I said to them, well, it depends, if it's a male or female impala. Of course, the male impalas are a little bit harder to swallow. So the giraffes will actually just step on the horns and they will break that off and then they will start feeding on them. But of course, that is utter nonsense. I'm just joking when I say that. But we really have interesting questions on safari, and that is why I love safari and this experience in itself as well, because we get to be educated every day, and there's no such thing as a silly question. You know, anything, we are all learning. There's a lot of things that I don't know about, a lot of different countries, their animals, and of course things in general. So that is truly why I love Wild Earth, because we get to not only entertain ourselves, but we get to educate ourselves as well. Oh, and this truly is one of my favorite antelope. They are just so majestic, specifically the males, of course, but females as well are just wonderful. The water buck. Just want to see if anything is around at the water. As always, I like to just always make sure, because you might be observing one sighting or animal and then something completely different is happening as well, specifically when you have a beautiful water hole like this. So I just want to make sure. Alright, the elephants have not yet received my email, so that is completely fine. Awesome. So as always, I will keep monitoring all of the water holes and just see if we are not missing out on anything. But I think for now, let us see what is happening at our beautiful water hole in Ukukoyo. Good morning, animals. How wonderful. We are already starting our day with drinking giraffes. And that is truly one of my favorites. It really does look like my father. Not now, but specifically when they go down. My father plays bowls and yes, he does know I make this joke. And yes, he has already said he might disown me for it one day or disinherit me. But when they go down like that, they truly do look like it's really challenging. And the same with my father, you know, when he actually goes down to pick up his bowls, he also has to sort of splay his legs, get down properly, uncomfortably. That being said, my father does not jump up like that I can tell you. It's not that quick.
Hi, I'm Patty Andre, and I'm in Loveland, Colorado, and I was so honored to win the prize to Jamala Midikwe. It's going to be such a great trip, I'm sure, and I've been an explorer since explorers started. Been to Africa a couple times, but I've never been to South Africa, so it's exciting, and I'm happy to go there.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
course, giraffes are vegetarians. They feed on leaves. But specifically in the winter time, you will see them chewing on bones as well for extra calcium. I think one of the best photographs I ever got on safari was a baby giraffe that stood next to an impala carcass, but it wasn't completely decomposed yet. So the skin and the horns and everything was still very much intact. And this baby giraffe literally just had this look on its face like, I promise it wasn't me. I didn't do this. So specifically with carcasses, it's always so interesting the different reactions animals might have to one another. Elephants, especially elephants, hate when lions are on a kill and they come to that area. I've had many sightings where elephants actually come to the actual sighting and they are not too fond of it. Rose Candy, you would like to know how far can a giraffe travel on their own? So it really doesn't, it's not like it's going to change with, being together or being on their own. Giraffes actually make temporary associations. So giraffes do not have any set social structure. So they actually make and lose friends every single day. And surprisingly enough, they are large animals. They are water dependent as well. But just like elephants, if they really need to travel vast distances, they definitely will. So whether it be in a group or by themselves. But kilometers, I cannot even put a number to it. But definitely a very, very, just like any other animal, if they need to get to food or they need to get to water specifically, they will travel until they get there, of course. So, but with regards to, them doing it alone or with a partner or with a group of giraffes, it doesn't really matter because they are not herd animals. When you do see a journey or a tower of giraffes, as we call them, or I call it a ladder of giraffes, then it really doesn't matter. That group will not be all in that same group tomorrow as well. Because they literally make and lose friends every single day as they carry on. You can see this female that is closest to the water. Off to our right, she's definitely pregnant. You can see she's very, very round. And even with regards to mating, as I say, there's no set social structure when it comes to them, so they are definitely not monogamous. And even the male, he doesn't take on any fatherly role. He literally just mates with females, carries on with his life. And then the female will try to raise the calf. And I say try because, of course, the little ones are predated on by lions. If it's a big pride of lions. Sometimes even a big, strong leopard can even go for a baby giraffe. Which is pretty sad, but again, everyone probably has to eat, so. And then you can see there's a rather significant difference between these two as well. So the one to the left is just a younger one. And with giraffe ossicones or with their horns, I'm sure many of you have heard on safari with the different naturalists at our different locations that giraffe horns can often tell you whether it's a male or female. But with a younger giraffe, you won't be able to tell that because they will not be necking yet, the males. Just want to see if I can see what that small bird is. It's ridiculous, the camouflage of these animals amongst the rocks. Rob, you are 10 years old. Jeez, what a time to be alive. You would like to know, are giraffes the only animals that have long necks? Well, it depends what you define as long necks, because I think a kudu has long necks as well, or has a long neck as well. But with regards to like this long, yes, definitely. So giraffes are in fact the tallest living land mammals, and of course, neck does contribute to that a lot. But interestingly enough, they just have 7 vertebrae in their necks, just like we do. And when you actually see those vertebrates, it's massive. I have been fortunate enough, to see those bones up close, and it's so fascinating. It truly is very fascinating. But also, not sure how many of you would be familiar with this animal, but an okapi. So O-K-A-P-I, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't spoken about them in quite some time. And the okapi is also, I think it's family of the giraffe, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks like a giraffe and a zebra, and some animals had some fun with each other. And they too have very long necks. So if you are not familiar with that animal, and I don't think we'll ever be able to put that on camera for you, because it's not a very common animal at all. But if you do not know what they look like, please do go research them. Very fascinating animals. I myself have to do some research on them again. I only got to know the animal okapi at Disney World. Very interestingly enough. So as I say, these females might stay together for the day whilst they are browsing, or they might split up again. It really does differ every single day when it comes to giraffe. There is no set social structure for them. And as always, you can see they are very vigilant before actually going down to the water. They do not just check the water, they check around the water hole. Because of course, going into that weird position puts them in a very vulnerable and a very dangerous position. Because if something does sneak up from behind, it will make it a little bit trickier for them to just jump up. Yes, that's what it was. Sorry, so I quickly researched the okapi, because as I say, for a year long I did work not with them directly, but around them. And so an okapi is known as the forest giraffe, or the Congolese giraffe. So they are actually endemic to the northeast of the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Central Africa. Yes, that is where they were from. But again, if you do not know what they look like, it's a super fascinating animal. It looks like a little bit of a giraffe, a little bit of a zebra, and a little bit of a horse. Very fascinating animals, but not many of them in the world. So apologies if you do hear some interesting noises. Of course, here at Okokoyo, there is a campsite right behind us. Very, very beautiful campsite. I myself have not yet been, but I have heard from my mother herself it is stunning here. So of course there are some of the lesser spotted Homo sapiens around. If you do perhaps hear any strange noises. How will the beasties? And it truly is such a peaceful day here in Okokoyo. And there they go on the game path as always, just following the same path because they know that is safe, that has been cleared by many animals over many years. And that has always been so fascinating to me, you know, how long have some of these game paths actually existed.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. How are you again? Fine, fine. Good. Wish you a nice day. It was a nice day.
Nance or Nance or Nancy. Good morning. You are saying that the Kheneruk in Kenya has a very long neck. Yes, I forgot about that one. My apologies. I have not actually seen them for myself in real life or in a park or anything, so I actually forgot about them. Thank you for reminding me. Very fascinating animals. It looks, from what I've seen on footage and photos and everything, it's a It almost looks like something that was created in a lab. But thank you for reminding me of that one. That is a very interesting one. But yes, it really, as I said, really depends on what you define or classify as a long neck. But with regards to that long, yes, definitely the giraffes are the winners. But that Kheneruk is a strange animal, yes, with very long necks. Almost looks like someone pulled their necks out. Quickly want to see if we're not missing anyone here on our left side. Oh, and we seem to have some visitors coming off on our left side. It seems like zebras. Not sure. Are those zebras or wildebeest? No, I think I'm gonna go with zebras. And then I'm gonna guess that there are let's go with 14. There's 14 zebras coming right now. Come on, zebras. Let me rather check if it is in fact zebras. Just make sure. I was wrong. It's kudus coming. So I'm wrong. It's not zebras. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It seems 11 kudus coming to the water hole, and it seems like just females. Perhaps there might be a young male amongst them, but for now it seems like just the ladies. But there are zebras just behind them. Come on, kudus. Time for your morning coffee. And I really do hope that the elephants will also come for a pool party today. I'm very jealous of Alex's sighting yesterday. But of course, every single day from what we've learned, by now is different. Every single location is different every single day. All of the sightings, all of the different species we get to see. Which just makes it so much more exhilarating. Can't believe I thought those were zebras. You are not going to believe this. I literally just checked Mashatu as well, and as I was panning, the kingfisher literally flew right in front of the camera, like its bill almost against the camera. That's fine. I will continue to watch our kudu as they come for some water, and our sneaky woodlands kingfisher in Mashatu. And while I do all of that, I'm going to send you to Kevin, who apparently has my favorite animal. So good morning, Kevin. I'm not happy with you, but very happy for you.
We've got a whole herd of elephant having an early morning swim already. Good morning from Madikwe. My name is Kevin. Behind the camera we've got BK. We're also glad to have the third member of our team back, our trusty steed Blondie. She was feeling a little bit under the weather yesterday. And we took her to the doctor, but she's back. And we've got a full team.
Okay, come in. Stand by.
Apologies about the radio.
Just to let you know, I'm probably going to start
There we go. Apologies for that. We've got another fairly big elephant bull moving in from the right hand side. We'll show you him as soon as he joins the pool party here. Now this is just indication that it's going to be another very hot day in Madikwe if these elephants are having an early morning swim already. Well, it's mid-morning, 10 o'clock. But it gives you an idea of how warm it is already. Thank you, Jojo. Yes, so we were lucky. It's all up to Mother Nature to provide us with this spectacular start to this Escape to Nature experience. Let's give her the credit. Thank you, Jojo. Yes, it is a wonderful start to this morning. Of course, these dams are also a favorite meeting place for elephants. Catch up on the gossip, see what the news are out here in the bush. About 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, yes, 3 weeks ago, we were worried that this dam is actually going to dry up completely. And look at it now. Plenty of water, and this should last for the whole of the summer. Of course, we'll get some top-up rain, naturally. But we are so glad that we had very early summer rains. Such pleasure they are getting out of this. You can actually see that. Patrick, thank you for your question. Patrick, yes, they are. And it's basically the same communication as what they will do on land. So let me explain. Patrick, I'm sure you might have heard that elephants do what they call the stomach rumbling. You sometimes hear it. It's like a very low growling noise almost. Now, some of that is audible to the human ear, but not all of it. Most of it is of a frequency that the human ear can't even pick up. And water does transmit sound quite well. And they are continually talking to each other. We just can't hear. And I'm very certain the water is a very good medium to actually transmit that sound. So Patrick, it's basically the same communication as they will have on land, amplified in the water. Also got a lone zebi coming in to drink. I'm leaving you guys just to really appreciate the moment. To hear the water splashing. Oh. Very common behavior when elephants are in water. The one will get onto the back of the other one like that. You very often see that. The thing I love the most about being out in nature and being a naturalist is that you start off every morning not knowing what to expect, not knowing what you're going to find. And same with this morning. Never knew we were going to find a herd of elephants having a swim already. Also that beautiful backdrop. We're looking due south across Madikwe Game Reserve. And we are currently at Kolobeng Dam, up in the north. Kolobeng, the place of the warthog in the Tswana dialect. Hey Ashley, hope you're keeping well. Actually, I've never seen elephants mate underwater. In my experience, I've only ever seen the mating be done on land. But then again, having said that, I can think that the water will actually give a little bit more buoyancy. Because you can imagine when elephants mate, you've got that a bull needs to mount the cow, and you can imagine all of that weight on top of her. So I would personally say mating in the water will actually work, and it will actually help with the buoyancy. But never personally seen it myself. You guys having a time out from your pool party. See, these ones on the side, standing dead still. That elephant you see on the right hand side actually just joined them now. He walked over. So as I said, good meeting place. Here by the local watering hole, the local pub. The hills you can see in the far distance, that's called 2020. That is basically roughly right in the center of Madikwe Game Reserve. Look at him sitting on the edge, huh? BK, you see that? He's having a bum scratch on the... Never a dull moment. Hey there, Margaret. Well, to answer your question, of course, oh, look at that. To answer your question, yes, of course, elephants will still grow in size, physical stature, till about 40, 45 years old. And that's actually when they start reaching true maturity from a size perspective. Margaret, of course, the tusks will also grow, continue growing. That's why with very old, mature elephant bulls, you find them with that amazing, amazing long ivory. Shall it be nothing like it? We can watch it for hours, I think you agree. And we are planning to be here for a while. Until this pool party comes to an end. Everybody remember, this is your escape to nature experience. This is your safari experience. It's interactive, it's live. And I invite you to chat with us. Any questions you might have, any comments you might have. It is always welcome. I just have to tell you this joke again, and if you maybe were joining us a few days ago, I actually told the same one, but I can't help myself because it's so relevant. So bear with me. Have you guys heard about the 2 elephant bulls that got chased away, kicked out from the pool party? Yes, they did, because their trunks kept falling off. So apologies for you guys have heard that one before. I couldn't help myself. That trumpeting was a younger elephant bull on our left here that went over to an old boy and he didn't want his company. Elephants are extreme, very social animals. They form very strong bonds within a herd or family unit. Now that one is getting in on it. That's actually the first time he is completely going into the water. He was just standing around the whole time still. You can see how stained those tusks are from plant juice and sap and mud. Tree bark. If you look closely on the right, his right hand tusk, as you look at it, the left hand one, you see about an inch from the tip. Look, but see, there's a groove there. call it a notch. I'm sure you'll be able to make it out there. And that is because that elephant will use that tusk more often, and eventually it starts eroding away and it forms that notch. And I suppose a Saturday is probably the most appropriate day for a pool party. That, of course, being a human thought, Kevin. Naturally, they've got no idea which day of the week it is. As I said earlier, we are very fortunate to have our Blondie, our Land Cruiser, back, mostly because we've got a roof. Now, yesterday, the owners of Jackie's, Jan and Jackie, were very, very accommodating and helpful by lending us their own private vehicle for the day while Blondie was at the doctor. Thank you so much for that. But unfortunately, it didn't have a roof, so yesterday was a super hot day. Today's a little bit more overcast. Me and BK are gonna continue watching these elephants, but in the meantime, let's quickly go and join Lisa and Okukuyu and see what she has for us.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm very, very, very jealous of you and your elephants. But well done to you guys on that find. That is a brilliant way to start the day. So we are still at Okukoyo, just checking what is happening and waiting for our elephants to also come have a pool party. But we've got one lone springbok. As always, they never disappoint here at Okukoyo. Just chilling, cooling off, taking it easy. And then yes, I'm trying to also do some birding today. Just trying to check amongst the rocks what is happening. Nothing Nothing yet really, apart from our ever-present crows. And of course our kingfisher and Mashatu is still just teasing me. So I have not yet been able to get him on camera for us, but I will do so, do not worry. I will try my very best. And some more springbokkies. Good morning. Lovely of you to join us. Which is odd because they are generally the first ones here and generally stick around for the whole day. But they've really been coming and going today, which is very interesting. Just want to see how many of them are actually coming and if that is all of them. We'll do a quick count competition. I guess 18. D? Thoughts? And of course, if any of you would also like to play along and guess how many springbok we have or are going to have, it seems, at the waterhole, you're more than welcome to let me know. I'm now second guessing my guess because it seems like more of them are coming, but I'll stick to 18. If you would like to play along, tell me how many springbok you think we have currently in this herd at Ukukoyo. We'll just wait and see. Generally they tend to stick around once they're in the water just to cool off a little bit. Jeez, but they're not stopping now. Okay, now it's definitely more than 18. Aww. That's fine, I'll stick with my guess. But let me know how many springbok are going to end up here in this group at this beautiful water hole. Jeez, it's like we're just multiplying. I don't want to play anymore. This springbok tricked me. Let's just see how many of them are actually still coming. Yolanda, you would like to know what bird has the most colorful feathers? I would say peacock. But out here in the bush, probably, according to me personally, a lilac-breasted roller, I would say, is definitely there amongst the top of the most colorful birds. But then also a purple-crested turako does not have that many colors, but the color on them is just ridiculous because they've got this beautiful red color under their wings. And then they've got this green, purple sort of shimmer to them. And an African jacana, I would say, also has quite a few colors. It's not a colorful like in your face bird, but they do have quite a bit of color on them because they've got blue, brown, white. So it really does depend, but off of the top of my head, definitely a lilac-breasted roller, and of course summer migrant, a very colorful bird, beautiful bird. Egyptian geese, I probably think you can also say quite colorful, even though they don't have like popping colors. They do have quite a few colorations on their feathers. Right, while they are, for now, in a group, let's see if we can count them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, it's very difficult with these rocks. I did not think this through. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone in the water. So from what I can... Ooh, there's more. From what I counted now, including the ones that were walking away, it seems like there are 34 impala, springbok here. But again, I could be wrong. They camouflage so well. It truly, I want to say they are almost trickier than the zebras to count here in Ikokoyo, because they really do blend in with the rocks and in the soil. Just want to see what that bird in the background is. It might just be one of our crow friends. Just want to have a look. Indeed. So if you look, what are those small birds? That is very interesting. What are you? I'm gonna try to frame up on them, but it really is tricky with these rocks. What on earth is that? Seems like just doves, but I can't really go in much further. Oh yes, it's just doves. You see how well these animals camouflage? Just think how many animals we overlook every single day. And I really do hope we'll see our elephants here at Ikokoyo today. Hi little grebes. Righty, but in the meantime I think let us see what is happening at Djuma. You're just scanning around to see what is happening here. Rather windy here in Djuma at Gowrie Dam. But that might make it a little bit promising with regards to the sightings. As I say, it can go either way. When it's windy but it's hot, you know, then you can sometimes expect animals to be active. Other times, I've had lions hunting in this sort of weather, so you never know. Zebras. Our zebras are still around.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
And of course this breeze is wonderful to them, even though it is fairly hot and humid. The breeze does help a little bit. However, I'm very surprised that they are so relaxed and just grazing constantly. Two of them you can see are a little bit alert, just checking. Okay, well now three. But of course, when hearing and smell is your prominent senses that you rely on to tell you when there's a lion or a leopard around, and there's a wind, then you will be a little bit more nervous as opposed to generally. And again, if you look at all of these animals that we see during the daytime specifically being active, such as the zebras, the impalas, the kudus, the giraffes, all of these animals have very, very dark eyes. And the reason for that is because they are active mostly during the day. That does assist them with seeing better during the day, and of course trying to sort of regulate the harsh sunlight. Whereas your leopards, your lions, they tend to have the lighter amber eyes. And again, that helps them to see better at night. Wonderful, but we will continue to watch these pajama ponies. And of course, I'll keep an eye on Ukukoyo and Mashatu. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Mr. Rolf, who's in Kariga and wants to say good morning.
Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and well, what a wonderful morning it has been. It's been quite wet, however, and it's rather chilly. It's almost like a bit of a winter's day feel to it here in the beautiful plains. But the animals, you can see, maybe a little bit wet, because it hasn't been heavy downpours that we've had. But since last night, at about midnight, I think it started, and then it carried on through into this morning. Very typical Eastern Cape weather. Almost gives you the feel of like the Scottish Highlands, although not quite as cold. And I'm sure in real contrast to places like Okukuyu, right now it's not the time there for rain. They start to have the small rains now at this time of year in Namibia, and specifically in Etosha, and it builds every day. It gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and those big storm clouds build and then they sort of go away. And it's quite difficult times when you are in Etosha now, because it's so hot and it just gets hotter and hotter, and you want that relief of the rain and it just doesn't come. And then it's sort of December, January time when the big rains come, and that relief comes after the heat that is generated building towards a storm. But this time of year, pretty dry, and it is the best time to visit Namibia and Etosha, because the animals are all around the water holes. Once you go after the rains have happened, they disperse, and you can almost think that there's not any animals there. It's a very different kind of weather systems and patterns that we have here on the east coast. What are those zebra all bunching up for? So the thinking man, you're thinking that this is a picture perfect sighting. I think so too, the thinking man. And there's my good friend Stompie. He seems to be the stallion of this little harem. They're just having a bit of a nice moment. Keeping his girls together. It's funny how with the rain from the lodge, specifically when it rains, you hear the Narina trogons calling in the thickets a whole lot more. It was just something I noticed when I came down here, but this is a lovely little sighting. You can maybe just see that the wind is picking up. It's rather gusty. What are they up to? I know that one or two of them are pregnant. Doesn't seem like there is one potentially going to give birth. It just seems like a bit of tactile communication, establishing their bond as a harem maybe. almost like procession caterpillars. So Amy, who's 7, thank you for your question. Now Amy, they have very straight teeth. It's amazing how straight their teeth are, and they're very much like the teeth in the front are all like your top front teeth, and they have it on the top and the bottom, so that it helps them to be able to bite off the grass. But then at the back they have similar teeth to ours, which are the molars, the flat ones, but they have much bigger ones than ours, so that they are able to grind and chew the grass into small pieces. So the teeth in the front to cut the grass, and the teeth at the back to grind it down. This is a lovely little sighting. Oh, nice kick. He's so loving, and then all of a sudden the stallion gets kicked in the neck. Doesn't seem to bother him, however. See, I like it when it's wet and cold sometimes, because the animals are more active. The hotter it gets, the more lethargic they are. I'm going to go right in. Maybe I can get a photo or two out of this. With the Blesbok in attendance. Oops. It's the kind of day you don't generally see too many reptiles out. Not many snakes or... Okay, maybe this is what this is all about. So he definitely is the stallion, if we were not sure before. Yeah, I thought that was coming. A couple of kicks. Look at that funny head shaking they're doing. Is that a bit of courting? It's like he's talking to her. Not very nice, was it? Give him a kick. They don't seem to mind being kicked either. Doesn't seem to bother them. Yo, that was a front kick. Oh, he missed on that one. There it comes. Whoa. Jeepers. Is that Kung Fu or Jiu-Jitsu? See, I think we got it all wrong. We called the zebra the painted donkeys and equine bandits, all sorts. I think they should be Kung Fu kings. I think they ninja horses. Just like only a ninja can sneak up on another ninja. I'm starting to like Stompy more and more by the day, even though he needs to work on his aim. They're keeping me busy with the camera anyway. Stompy's got some real funny head movements that he's been doing. Not sure, maybe that's another male that he's trying to infiltrate. Melissa, the mating process with zebras is it's reasonably quick. It sort of lasts maybe, I would say, 20 to 30 seconds max. So it's a rather quick affair, but you see the male does remain with the group all the time, so they sort of do have a lot of tactile communication. They do rub up against each other. They are gregarious, so they're constantly reaffirming their bond. I haven't worked out if this is a female or a male that he's having a bit of an interaction with. It may be an intruder or a challenger to try and move in on his harem. There's nothing overly aggressive. Hang on, let's have a look. Is it a male? Yeah, it looks like it is a male, and that's probably what's going on. It's peeing out the front, not out the back. Easy to tell. Oops. Looks like he may have quelled the challenge. maybe not. Meanwhile, there's an olive bushshrike calling. And the sun comes out, it's beautiful. And as we watch these two males going about their thing, strutting their stuff, don't forget that this is an interactive experience, so please send through your questions and your comments. Jump on board with us as we see what the bush shows us today and keeps me busy with the camera. Oh, there's another group. One lying down there in the foreground too. So Stefan, that one that I call Stompie is Afrikaans for Stumpy, with a short tail. I didn't see him lose it, but I've seen many zebra bite off other zebras' tails. So my thinking through my experience of zebras is that he got it bitten off by another male, doing exactly what he was doing previously, and just having a bit of a fighting session. They do kick each other, they bite each other, and so I think that's where the end of his tail went. Maybe it was when he was a bit younger and not as experienced as a stallion, not as big maybe, but maybe he challenged somebody that was able to bite off and chew what he wanted. But he obviously wouldn't eat the tail, he just bite it off. All seem to have calmed down again now. It's not finished. But with him having his tail bitten off now, he's the easiest zebra to identify, because he's the only one. Oh, he nearly got that in the chin. And they seem to be really pretty hardy fighters, because they stand their ground and take the hit. Take it on the chin, as they say. And then they just do a little bit of grazing, and then maybe think about going back to the argument again. Trying to work out who's, stronger, who's bigger, who's going to be the dominant male. Back to grazing. Yeah, sometimes how it works, they sort of have an almighty fight and then everybody just goes back to what they were doing before. Calm has resumed. Let's leave them for the time being. One of our good-looking male ostriches. They might be a little bit wet now, the rain we had this morning. Patchy sun, it's just breaking through the clouds every now and then. Go back to these animals that are a bit closer to us. There's one good-looking Nyala bull here. Also happily grazing in amongst the blesbok. A gust of wind just coming through. This grass, and it's predominantly couch grass or Cynodon dactylon. It's got like it's quite a short grass, and then its inflorescence are quite like finger-like, but there's only three or four of them that sort of come up, similar to finger grass itself, but that's much bigger. And this lays quite a nice mat on the ground, and that's why it's called couch grass, because it's got quite a soft feel to it, so you can lie on it. It's very soft. The animals love it. Almost gives the look of your kikuyu grass that you would grow in a garden, and it's more natural. Some gardens come up with it anyway, but they do have that sort of inflorescence that some people don't like for aesthetic purposes, but it actually is better than having the foreign kikuyu grass. It doesn't need to be mowed as much. It's getting mowed quite a lot here with the animals that love it. Okay, so at least we've been able to get out, and the rain is not coming down for now. So we'll take that and we'll carry on, even if the wind is a bit blustery. Who cares? I'm sticking it out. While I do stick it out, I think you're going to have to stick it out at Mashatu.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, I'm very anxiously still looking for my kingfisher. I've literally scanned every single tree I can now. As I say, I'm not sure if he's perhaps just out of reach behind us on the damn camera, but I am nonetheless just checking every single area, because you never know what might be lying under a bush, or of course what is happening otherwise around the waterhole. But wonderful to see so many animals together. Very happy you got to see all of that, Rolf, and zebra interactions are always a lot of fun. So just bear with me. I'm just trying to have a look-see around.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Where did they even go? Seriously. Come on, elephants. There is also an impala just lurking behind one of these bushes. Gonna see if I can take a closer look into the actual bush. And how do we lose 3 elephants? You see how impala is just off center, just to the right, trying to become one with a tree. We're just going to be a little bit patient. You never know. Ooh. Seems like our Egyptian geese are coming in for landing. That was pretty cool how they flew straight towards us. Just gonna take a quick glance to our left. Just wanna see where those geese landed. Oh! Either it was the geese that came in for landing, the Egyptian geese, or it was the spur-winged geese. Or they've just perhaps been around all this time. Just wanna have a look, see. So that is the Egyptian geese. So I would think it was the Egyptian geese that came in for landing that we saw now. And then the spur-winged goose, I thought it might be more than one, but it seems like just one that is still around. He has probably just stuck around this whole time. Right, well, it is 4 of the spur-winged geese, so 5. So now I'm not sure who it was that came in for landing. Nonetheless, there are spur-winged geese here at beautiful Mashatu, as well as Egyptian geese. We also have elephants who apparently just vanished. We'll just patiently wait for them. But Eric, you would like to know, what do I find most fascinating about this water hole? I definitely enjoy these rocks because there seems to be like a freshwater spring, and the animals always tend to aggregate over there, specifically the elephants. But I don't know, there's so many things, like just the landscape itself. I think of recent, the most fascinating thing to me is how quickly this location transformed. Literally within a couple of days, it has completely become green. So definitely one of the most fascinating things for me. And yes, just the fact that we never know what we're going to find here. The one day we were pleasantly surprised with one of my other favorite animals, spotted hyenas. And then we've seen the beautiful Kolia gatherings here. The one day we had a sighting here with elephants, and the one elephant was very adamant on the Kolias not sitting in a specific tree, and he literally sprayed the tree, and it looked like fireworks coming out of that tree. So I don't know, I think like everything else, you never know what you are going to find, and you never know what to expect. But I guess that is relevant to all of our water holes and all of our locations, definitely. But yes, I think for me personally would be those rocks, because all of the animals really love that spot. But I've had wonderful sightings here in Mashatu, so I don't really have a specific thing that stands out for me at just Mashatu. I just love the landscape. I love how different it is, and of course I love the different interactions we get to see in the different species, like the spur-winged geese. This is the first time I am able to show all of you the spur-winged geese at Mashatu, so it's always a treat. And that's what I keep saying to guests and to the community, the wildlife community, is, even as naturalists, we always have a new experience every single day as well. If you don't, then you're not trying hard enough. I just want to get back to this area where we saw the elephants. I just want to see if they've now completely whipped their gatte, which means if they have completely now just, left us, threw a tantrum and left us. Amanda, you would like to know if I could pick one location to have a waterhole camera where? Well, I don't think it would be a waterhole camera, but it would definitely be a behind-the-scenes cameras for all of the naturalists. I would love to know what the naturalists, do when they are not in front of the camera. Because I know as naturalists we tend to be a little bit crazy. There is an elephant, you see? Just behind that bush, you can just see the ears flapping. But to get back to your question, sorry. I would say it would be a little bit tricky, but I would definitely say the Masai Mara. Just to see, but obviously it's so vast, so where exactly will you put it is the other question. But definitely somewhere there is what I would love to see what happens. But again, we are so fortunate with the different cameras, and technology really is a wonder in a lot of aspects. But even though we have these cameras, there is so much happening out here that we have not the faintest clue about, which really is so cool. There you are, my elephants. Jeez, these Egyptian geese are noisy as always. Just gonna try catch up with our elephant. I don't know if they've all completely taken off now or if they're just out of our reach, busy browsing. We shall just have a look see. But of course right now, with it being so green, with a lot of rain happening, coming and going, the animals are not restricted to just one water hole. They get to traverse as much as they want to. They do not just have to go to one specific water hole and stay in that area or travel very, very far for that specific water hole or area. And if you do spot the animals, the elephants, if you do spot them, please do let me know. But I think, I suspect they moved off deeper into the bush now. I can just see a little bit of movement, but it doesn't seem like they'll come into the water hole, which makes Lisa sad. Come here, elephant, machtig. There's water here. I understand you do not just have one water hole you need to go to anymore, but I mean, whilst you are here, you might as well just come here. Just gonna try to see if hopefully they come to this side. I'm gonna talk to them very nicely now. And also, if you see the kingfisher, please do give me a shout. As I said, whilst I was live with Okokoyo earlier, the kingfisher flew right in front of Mashatu's dam cam. But of course, when I'm very, very eagerly looking for it, combing through each and every tree, then he's just hiding from us. Going to take one last look, but I think these elephants have actually now moved off completely. And just like that, we lost at least 3 elephants. Of course, they might still just be around, browsing behind a bush or something, but I do think if they were to come to the water hole now, they would have been here already. Which makes me very sad, but at least we saw some elephant feet. But as always, if you have any questions or comments, if you too saw the elephants, please do shoot us a message. If you have any suggestions even, as for me to look where the kingfisher might be, you're more than welcome to shoot your questions or comments, suggestions, anything. Please do let us know. We love hearing from all of you. And of course, we really do want to know what you guys would like to see, what you would like to learn about. Because this is your safari. I'm just happy to be joining you on your safari. Wait. There it is. It's coming. It's an elephant. Really, I just want to see if this elephant's gonna come out now. At least we can see the ears now. It really is an elephant. There we are. Yay! And you've got a little one with you, Mom. You see, patience. Patience is the name of the game. Just beautiful. Our first elephant sighting for today at Mashatu, at the waterhole itself. We've seen them bypassing us today, but not yet actually coming to the waterhole. Oh, just look at this little one. You are precious. And as I say, it really is such a wonderful time, summertime, because the animals really can just go about as they wish. It sucks for us, because we don't expect, all of them coming to just one water hole every day, but they really can move around as they like now. Melissa, you're saying this has made your day. Thank you. You've got the same name as one of my sisters. Thank you so much. As has it mine, believe me. Absolutely. And we really have been patient with him. As I say, it's been quite a bit of a waiting game. But I'm happy with just these 2 Ellies. It's such a beautiful sighting. Of course, always wonderful to see any baby animals. It literally is like a mini me. It's doing everything mommies do. And I really am so happy for the animals, as I say, you know, they can just wander about now. They can eat wherever they want to. There's probably a lot of other puddles and water holes for them to go to now as well. But oh, hello. You see, this is what happens when you focus on just one animal. That is why I always say look around. There's always more animals around. You see, they really can sneak up on us. And of course, we can also hear the greenback Cameroptera in the background. There's a tongue twister. That clicky, 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 click sound you hear. That is also where the name is derived from, the fact that it sounds like a camera clicking away. Oh, and how peaceful is it here? I wish I could just sit next to this water hole and just listen to everything, smell everything.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
I'm just scanning completely every nook and cranny now. Just to make sure we are not missing any elephants or any other animals. It seems like we are clear on this end. Just want to see perhaps our geese are still around. And our geese are still around, our spur-winged geese, and you can also hear the Egyptian geese just in the background. Our spur-winged geese are taking it super easy today, just in the shade, chilling. Typical Saturday. Alrighty, but while our geese take it easy, I'm gonna continue to check the Mashatu Dam cam, but in the meantime, I see one of our Zoomies has found some piggies on the Djuma Dam cam, so let's head on over there. It is our warthogs. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little bit worried because these are in fact the 3 warthogs we saw exactly a week ago for the first time with babies. And it does not seem like they have babies with them today. But that being said, it is a very windy day, so it might be that the adults decided to keep them either in the termite mound for the day, because of course when it is windy, animals do realize too that that is very, very potentially dangerous to them and for them. So it might be that they just left the little piglets in the termite mound wherever they are. And the only reason I know it's the same ones, you can see the one off to the left sort of has a wart on its actual body as well. And then the one in the middle, the big one, who's actually a female, she's got those curvy tusks. I almost said horns, the tusks. So I do in fact know that it is those same three. Well, I think I know. It's we tend to be proven wrong a lot by the animals sometimes, but I do believe it's them. So I'm hoping that the piglets that we saw last week are safe and sound, hopefully tucked away somewhere, and hopefully, you know, they might be close by, and they are just being told to stay out of sight. Because of course, warthogs in themselves, but specifically tiny warthogs, are very, very vulnerable when it comes to predators. Very, very quick and easy meal, even to raptors, birds of prey, owls, eagles, can definitely snatch them up. So hopefully they're all alive and well and okay and safe. So they are just foraging for some food, as they always do. I'm very surprised with the animals. Of course, it is midday, it is fairly hot and humid here in Djuma, but I do think that the wind is helping a lot to us seeing so many animals out and about today in Djuma. But as I say, potentially not the best move. You never know when predators are also lurking about, and just keeping a close eye on them. Generally, for the most part, on very windy days such as this one, you will actually see animals just lying down or either being deeper into the bush, just sort of making sure they have that shelter and security. But today all of the animals seem to be fairly active, which we don't complain about. We just hope that all of them are okay, and there's not a Mr. Marips or Mr. Lamba keeping an eye on them. And this one, and I do believe all of them, clearly has taken a good mud bath. You can see they are very glossy and shiny, which is of course the mud that is now drying on them. And as we've seen many a times, animals do enjoy mud wallowing, dust bathing, a lot of different forms they actually take on to cool off, to prevent ticks and parasites. And that is a very interesting thing, you know, if they... Again, we speculate as much as we can and sort of take what we can from the animal behavior that we've seen for so many years and for so long. But we'll never truly know why they do what they do. It's just our logic that tells us, okay, well, that is probably what's happening and that is why they are doing it. But for instance, these warthogs, of course, mud wallowing cools them off. But do they know that it is in fact helping with parasites and ticks and everything annoying on their body, or are they in fact just thinking that they are cooling off? Very interesting. I truly do wish I could understand animals, or just talk to them, or at least just a little bit get into their minds. I think it would be very interesting. And definitely a question to all of you. Woo! Why are we... No. It's Saturday. You're supposed to be relaxing and just taking things easy. If you could be in the mind of an animal, or if you could read an animal's mind, for instance, or talk to it, what would you be? What would that animal be for you? For me, definitely, well, there's so many really, but I would definitely want to get into the minds of elephants and understand if they truly are that emotional and intelligent, or even more so as we believe. But would you perhaps want to read the mind of a lion, or a leopard, or a warthog? Be able to understand them and talk their language, even if it's just for a day. What animal would you like to be able to chat to for a day? And what would you ask them? Like for me with these warthogs, I would ask them, why do you mud wallow? Apart from cooling off, do you realize it helps you with ticks and parasites, or do you just do it because it's fun? Ella, you are 11 years old. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us and for watching Escape to Nature. How cool. I wish I had been watching shows like Escape to Nature when I was 11. On a Saturday specifically. You are saying that you would love to know what a dolphin thinks. Yes, that's a very good answer. Very, very good answer. And again, you know, from what we know and what we've learned and researched, we do believe that dolphins are one of the top 3 most intelligent animals out there. But again, I do think that it is wrong of us to sort of classify, you know, which animal is more intelligent than the other, because what is it intelligence to them? Is it from our interpretation to what they are able to do, or because again there's so many things we don't know out here, and that we do not even a little bit realize why these animals are doing what they're doing, what they're smelling, what they're thinking right now. But I agree with you, dolphin would be brilliant. Brian, you are saying you would like to chat to a honey badger and ask it, does it like honey? That is a very good one. Definitely. And honey badgers, of course, are very, very feisty and tenacious animals. So that is definitely a brilliant one. I would also like to chat to them. Even, I mean, how cool would it be if you could understand all of the animals all at once? You know, smell what they smell and understand what they smell and what they are hearing, because of course their senses are so finely tuned in that we do not even grasp, I think, 1% of everything. But definitely I like that answer. A honey badger. They are very feisty animals. I've had some brilliant honey badger sightings. Hyena Cub, you are saying, what about a crocodile? You would like to read the mind or chat to a crocodile or understand it. Yes! I don't know if they'll be able to say a lot though, to be honest. And again, this is just my very simple human interpretation, you know, this is just from what I take. I do think they are very fascinating animals, but it doesn't seem like they have a lot of excitement going on, if you ask me. Of course, when it's migration time and the animals are crossing the river, then perhaps yes, but Other than that, a crocodile doesn't seem to have a lot going on. But that is a good one. Perhaps ask it, you know. What are you planning? What are your tactics for the day? When it really is windy today. But I mean, I think we prefer wind over rain. I'm not sure. I'm not speaking for the other naturalists, but I would think that they will rather take a little bit of wind as opposed to a lot of rain. But hopefully we'll have some beautiful weather this afternoon for Animal Bingo. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. I know I say I never have favorites, or I'm not particularly rooting for anyone, but today I've got in mind who I think is going to win and who's going to be the runner-up, so we shall see. But I'm not going to vocalize it and put it out there for Mother Nature to go back on that, so I will definitely tell all of you if my prediction was correct. Just taking a look-see around to see if anything else is up and about and active and busy with some sort of activity out here in Djuma. Beautiful. I really do hope our warthogs are okay. But as always, I will keep an eye on the Djuma Dam Cam as well as our other beautiful water holes. And for now, I'm going to send you to Mr. Kevin, who is in Madikwe and apparently up to something.
For you joining us now, a very good day to you. We are live in Madikwe and you are with Kevin and PK. And we're having a look at this beautiful herd of springbok out here on the plains. Springbok being South Africa's national animal. Stunning tan on top, that dark chocolate brown stripe and the white belly underneath. What you're looking at is a typical mixed herd. of springbok. And you will normally have a springbok ram. Now I'm looking through my binos, and it's the one standing second from the right as you see it side on to us. That looks like the resident ram in this area. And he will stay here permanently. Typical springbok habitat, open plains, so it's perfect for them. This will be his territory, and he will stay here permanently, and then the female birds will move into his area, and he'll try and keep them here. On the plains here, we unfortunately do not off-road. We've got a different type of soil here, and you might or might not make it out. It's a more dark soil, very turfy. We call it black cotton, and we do not off-road here on the plains. So I know you've got a long distance view of them, but hey, that's also nice because you actually see them here in their natural environment. Springbok ewes also have horns much thinner, shorter, where your ram on the right hand side, if you can make second from the right, if you can make it out, look at that beautiful, longer, thicker curved horns of his. Have you guys ever wondered why certain antelope species out here, only the male of the species has got horns and the female hasn't? And in some species, like the springbok, you're looking at both male and female has got horns. Now I'm going to put that there out to you. I'm going to throw that out to you and give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts. You're not allowed to Google. Let me think what you think is the reason behind that. And let's just enjoy this scene. Tranquility, it's deathly quiet. As soon as I keep on talking, you will hear there is almost not a sound out here. So it's taking a tranquil, peaceful moment for a minute or so. Sarah, I am very excited for bingo this afternoon. Last week we drew a bit of a blank, if you can remember, or if you joined us last week, we had a very rainy day and we actually didn't go out. We stayed stationary overlooking the wetlands, and it made it a little bit more challenging for us because we couldn't roam and find all those species. Now, Sarah, this afternoon we are geared up, we are ready. Yo, me and BK are up for the challenge. Root for Team Madikwe there, please, Sarah. BK's got you nicely framed up there. That looks like a juvenile. That is actually a young ram. Thank you, BK. You can just see the horn starting to curve a little bit forward. That is about a 1.5-year-old, thereabout. Daniel, you are halfway there. Right, so Daniel's saying is because they need to defend their young, and that is of course very correct. Now, think of impala. Daniel, now impala, the females haven't got horns. Does that mean they can't defend their young or not? So think along those lines. I'm going to tell you guys in any case. Some species, like the springbok, lives out here on the plains. It can't really rely on concealment that much. Now think of a wildebeest. Wildebeest also prefer open areas. Males and females has got horns. So impala, kudu, nyala, bushbuck, those type of species that lives in the thick undergrowth. They love dense vegetation. That is their first line of defense. To be able to conceal themselves, to hide in the bush from predators. And therefore, over time, the females has, I won't say lost the horns, but the need of the horns is not there, because the first line of defense is not necessary to directly defend themselves. Think about gemsbok, both males and females, also horns, also open areas. So where animals cannot rely, or antelope specifically cannot rely on concealment as their first line of defense, both males and females have got horns, the ones that live here in the open. There, their first line of defense is speed, and if they then do have to defend themselves, both males and females have got horns. Daniel, I hope that makes sense, but you were certainly on the right track.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Wild
Beautiful. But this is a juvenile. And it is there on the tip of my tongue, but it being a young bird, it always makes it a little bit more challenging. So I will have a little head scratch, and let me go into, I've got a few ideas, but before I maybe make a mistake, let me just quickly read in my book here and just see if I can look into the juveniles. But I certainly do have an idea. While we're watching this, these impalas grazing. Oh, sorry. Impalas on the mine. Meanwhile, we've got these springbok grazing. They are, of course, not as water dependent as some of your other antelope species. They are very well adapted to your arid regions in southern Africa, into the Kalahari, the semi-desert, the Namib Desert, into Namibia, because they get a lot of their water requirements from the grass and the shoots and the leaves and so on that they will feed on.
Elands.
Where are you seeing that?
At the back of the bottom.
BK saying he's thinking he's seeing some eland. I'm going to see where he's looking. Oh, nice, BK. Very well picked up there. Right there in the distance. Let me grab the binoculars. Yes, you've got some eland, some pudu cows walking right there in the tree line. That is very well picked up. There we go, some kudu cows. One, two, three, four. There is one youngish bull there as well. It's him that just walking past that bush now. A youngish kudu bull there with them. That just goes to show, wait long enough and more things appear. Well, let's not keep Lisa waiting, because she's got her favorite animal over in Mashatu, so let's cross over to Lisa.
Thank you, Kevin. Always lovely to see the different antelope. I've got a beautiful elephant bull right here at Mashatu's hide, and it's literally just below our dam cam, and it has been just absolutely enjoying the greenery around and everything. So it has gone for a little bit of a splash as well, as you can see, the patches. But not a full-on swim yet, and I do not want to move the camera around too much because I do not want this elephant to get a fright. So of course they are very, very finely tuned in, and they've got impeccable hearing. So I do believe that if I move it around too much, he will definitely not be too happy with us, as he is very much unaware that we are currently watching him and observing him and gossiping about him. I'm just gonna, sorry, I know that's not the best view, but as I always say, it's about their comfort, it's about us respecting them, so I do not want to give this elephant a fright. So as soon as it moves off, then I will go back to our beautiful water hole. But if you had not known that was an elephant, you could easily mistake it for a hippo perhaps, when the tail is not in view. But it's an elephant. Oh, kingfisher, please. Just gonna wait for him to get into the water, because that might then sort of make or disguise our movement with the camera a little bit while he's splishing and splashing in the water. So let us just have a look-see. See if we're going to manage this. There's your bum. And there's your beautiful face. So as I mentioned numerous times, the elephants truly, and the animals in general, just are loving this season. There's so much greenery around. There's flowers, there's extra pods, there's fruits and seeds and everything around that they can just enjoy. And specifically something like an elephant, who really eats everything with regards to vegetation, they really are loving this time of the year. Kimberly, you would like to know how much water can an elephant's trunk contain? So in general, they drink about 100 to 200 liters of water a day, but within just one slurp, they can actually take up to, fully grown elephant like this, up to 30 liters of water just in one gulp. So it really can contain a lot, and as you've seen, they'll slurp it up and then they actually throw it in their mouth. So it really is a lot of water. They are very water dependent animals. And he's just loving this. Oh, what a sighting. Well, this truly is making up for our other elephants that really just bypassed us and didn't really want to stick around. There we go, that's nice. Elephant. Just fertilizing everything. James, you would like to know, is this water safe for the animals to drink? Well, remember, what's safe for you and I to drink is not the same for animals to drink. So definitely it's safe for them to drink. Elephants specifically love fresh water, so often you'll see them avoiding water holes that are full of algae, or what they'll do is, jeez, boy. He actually seems like he's got a little bit of a loose tummy situation going on, but a lot of animals will in this time, because it's now a complete flood of a lot of nutrients, that they were not getting in the winter time. they will now be having that. But sorry, James, to get back to your question, definitely safe for them to drink, yes. Animals are very, very intelligent when it comes to, smelling what is right and what is not right. But elephants also, specifically at a water hole like this, when they are drinking, you will see them sort of swirling the water first and then spatting or splurting it out, I should say, and then actually drinking it. So they just basically blend it or get it fresh for themselves. But definitely safe for them to drink. They wouldn't come here if it was not safe. Hi, wildebeestie. Well, that was a very brief visit from our wildebeest. It seems like we've got one terrapin out here on our rocks, the second rock to the right. I thought we'd have more today, but as I say, every single day is different. Sometimes we have many of them. It might be that they were actually getting back into the water with the elephant that was here, because this is where he initially started his journey when I spotted him, and then he made his way around the water hole. Hi there, flies. Just want to take another look to see who else is still around. Not sure if our geese are still around. I think the elephants chased them away. Yes, our spur-winged geese took off. Not sure if they completely took off or just a little bit deeper into the bush. But when the elephant didn't make his way around this water hole, he actually chased them away. And there's our black crake, on a mission as always. Just want to see if our elephant is completely taken off, but I do believe so. Just bear with me as we look at the beautiful green water. It's like a kiwi smoothie or something. Lebu, so as I mentioned earlier on, that'll be the algae that is actually present in the water. But this is definitely still a fresh or a good water hole, you can say, because on Sunset Safari, when I'm monitoring this water hole as well, you can hear the frogs becoming active as well. And frogs are a magnificent, as are dragonflies, magnificent indicator of a freshwater hole system. So frogs specifically, they breathe through their skin, so if it is not a good and healthy water hole for them, they will definitely not be living there. So it is the algae, but that is purely because of all the heat and everything that's happening in the summertime. What was that? Did you guys see that bird? I wonder if it was our kingfisher. Probably not, but let's just have a look-see. By the wings, it seemed like just a dove. But yeah, it's just doves. I thought it might be our kingfisher. So I think let's take a quick moment of silence and just listen to everything going on. And please do let me know how many different birds you hear, or what are the different birds that you think we are hearing, or how many different bird calls can you distinguish if we just listen. So, do let me know what you think. How many different bird calls are we hearing, and what do you think they might be? But I'm going to continue to appreciate these beautiful calls, and then I'm also going to summon some more elephants for us. And while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Rolf in the windy Kariga.
Just hanging with this male that has little to no tail. And we were watching them having a bit of a fight. There was another male that he was trying to get rid of, it seemed. And I just wanted to mention that there is a bit of a darker side to zebra. They are wonderful animals, and they really are some of the best animals to photograph. But they have very interesting social structures, in fact. So the harems that they do create, normally between 5 or 10 females in general, and then that would be a stallion that sort of dominates them and keeps them within the harem. And they stay together as quite a close-knit unit. And the stallion then obviously protects them, keeps them, you know, sort of in a group, etc. But you can have one stallion that tries to dominate another stallion and take one or two of his females from his harem. And that's where you do see them fighting, and they can actually fight to the death, where they'll kick and bite each other, and it can carry on for hours. And eventually, in some cases, the losing male may be exhausted, and the winning male may kick him or bludgeon him to death. So it can be quite aggressive, although we didn't see that here. It was quite soft in comparison to that kind of analogy. But it goes further than that, in that if a dominant male takes another one's or another harem's females, and she had to be pregnant at the time, he will forcibly mate with her, in other words rape her, until such time that she aborts. And it comes from a hormonal imbalance from this forced mating. And so then she ejects the baby that she had, or in the case of her actually going through with the birth, giving birth, that male that is not the father of that foal will kick it to death, which we call infanticide. And in so doing, it will bring that female into estrus quicker. He can then mate with her, and then that baby will be his. So it's quite interesting indeed. And you know, we're just seeing these dynamics sort of play out a little bit here, and a bit of challenge between the different males. Now that's where it can go. That's obviously in extreme circumstances, but that's all a part and parcel of the natural evolutionary social structure of zebra. Also does mean the passing on of the stronger genetics, because it would mean that the stronger male is then going to have the offspring that survives. And these two not doing any fighting, being very nice with each other. Hello, grooming. You see that one second from the right looks heavily pregnant. Looks like she's got a limp. I think that's the one that I saw the other day, and she's just got bigger. But she also had a limp then. carrying a lot of extra weight. But it looks like her front left leg may be injured. Lots of Ella grooming going on there with that 2 zebra on the left. Zoe, you're very welcome. Thanks for jumping on board with us. Thanks for watching and listening to some of my random facts. But if you'd like to know anything more, just send it through. What do you know about zebra? I always like to get into the unusual nitty-gritties, because we all know some of the common traits of most of the animals, sometimes repeated, but I also like to delve into a little bit more of the unusual stuff that we may not know, or that's different about common animals that we see regularly but that we didn't know about. This makes it a little bit more interesting, I think. And also, when a lot of people often ask me, how does the black and white stripes assist with thermoregulation? Because that's one of the common answers given by guides or naturalists. Why do they have these stripes? And that's one of the reasons given, because it helps with thermoregulation. But how? Because white should reflect light and black should absorb it. But I will continue that after the break.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
is, how do black and white stripes affect or assist with thermoregulation in zebra? Well, if you think about it, white reflects light, and if it's sunlight, it reflects heat, and black absorbs it. So what actually happens is, with the reflection and the absorption, you get these mini convection currents just at the surface of the skin. With one reflecting and one absorbing, it creates small circular currents, and in so doing assists in the thermoregulation. So whether there's not a breath of wind and the sun is beating down, well, on a zebra, they're going to have little surface convection currents that assists in just keeping the surface of their skin cool. And that's how it helps with thermoregulation. So I hear many guides often saying that, and folks asking, well, how? And it's quite a simple solution, but for a complex animal like a zebra, we think it's very simple, but it's actually rather complex. We know the other ones, repelling flies. That I don't know why it does it, and I don't think there's a definitive answer for it. But it is very clear that flies with their compound eyes do not like the structural black and white stripes. And it's been tested in many different laboratory type situations for different pelts, and the zebra's pelt, for some reason, with that compound eye structure of the fly not liking, for some reason, that black and white area. They say it's the white that they don't like, and so the zebra actually evolved to have black stripes with it, because a white animal would stand out like a sore thumb in the bush. But that, they say, is what repels them, not the black. Now it's interesting, and there's probably a lot more studies that can be done as to the exact reason why it repels flies, but white is the color that does it. And then we see with the babies, when they're born, they've got very long stilt-like legs, so that their belly is at the same level as the mother. And we'll be able to see this very soon with individuals like this one on the right, who's going to give birth, I believe, in the next few days. So, and then we'll see when the baby's on the other side of her, you can literally not see it, because that belly will be at the same height as hers. And so looking from a distance, predators wouldn't be able to pick out that there's a little foal. And that's important, because if a foal is identified by a predator, and it could be a cheetah or a lion, they will then easily be able to chase the group, and where all the adults will be able to get away very easily, the little babies won't obviously have the stamina, endurance and speed of the adults. So it's an easy target for predators if they can pick up that there is a baby there, and they can just chase the group for a while, and they'll be able to outrun and take out the little baby. So another one of the anti-predator evolutionary traits of a zebra. So, lovely things to talk about, the evolutionary anti-predator traits of zebra. Now I'd like to pass it on to Lisa. What else can you tell us about the wonderful zebra?
Thank you, Rolf. I can tell you that I love zebras for so many reasons. They are very, very fascinating animals, as you say. And we too still have our harem around. with their stallion and a couple of pregnant females. This one off to our right as well is also heavily pregnant. So definitely, hopefully we'll have a baby. I cannot wait. Just gonna try keep up with them, and then I shall also tell you some interesting things about the zebras. If they actually allow me to keep up with them. Just want to see. The zebras are going to take a little bit of time just to come out, and the impalas and their babies to come back up again. So I will keep watching them, and while I do so, I'm going to send you to the very fortunate Mr. Kevin, who has my favorite animal in Madikwe.
Back here in Madikwe, the water escapades are still continuing. Guys, as you can hear, I'm speaking in a low voice because where we are parked up, we came back here to Koolabeng Dam from the plains there and parked up, and these ones has already been swimming, but you've got a herd of elephant literally right behind our vehicle. And in some instances, best thing to do is then to just wait it out. Look at that pose. Look at that pose. I've got one eye on the elephants in the water and the other eye in my rear view mirror here, but they are very relaxed. For those who joined us early on this morning, we had a few elephant bulls swimming and cavorting. And these are not the same ones. These are a few younger bull elephants. I see these elephants that were behind us are now slowly moving off. Look at these guys just carrying on. Hello. Yes, we are here. You guys see us? Yes, we see you. Coming straight out of the water towards us. Jeffrey, yes. It looks like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Oh. Just look at that for a moment. I know the aerial from the vehicle is a little bit in the way. Nothing we can do about that. Look at that. I'll tell you more about this. Have a look first. Got an older elephant bull trying to mount a younger elephant bull. And you do see that out here. It is actually, it's a sign of dominance amongst teenager elephants. And these are basically all teenagers. This one looking at us, yes, we see you. He's about 10 to 12 years old, so they are teenagers. And yeah, you sometimes see that behavior in the elephants. Now you're on a trot. Okay, bye. Jeffrey, bull party is over. For the time being, I'm sure there's going to be more coming in. What an incredible sighting that was, huh? Right in front of us. Could not ask for a nice, more intimate elephant sighting. I wish we could have showed you this herd of elephants that were behind us, but unfortunately the way we positioned, BK can't turn the camera through 180. And they have now moved off as well. And these younger bulls are actually just joined up with those elephants I spoke about earlier, the ones that were behind the vehicle, and they're now moving off. But we'll see what else we have here at Kolobeng Dam. I see there's a herd of zebra coming in on our right hand side, just moving off. Actually just moving off, they were busy drinking while all these elephants were cavorting. Also always nice to see strange behavior, like we saw that one young bull mounting that other bull. It's all this fascinating behavior that we can witness as well. Just as quick as the action sometimes can start, it quiets down as well. Just goes to show being in the right moment, in the right time, and actually how many interesting moments one actually miss out here if you're not patient enough just to actually sometimes just sit it out and wait. There can be periods of almost nothing happening, and then all of a sudden it changes. And we've got our elephants now just slowly feeding into the brush there. So we took a quick drive around this morning. We just had a look around a few areas, what we could find for you. Hi there, Alexandra. Interesting question. Only reason because I've never opened the elephant's mouth and had a peek inside. Right, so size-wise, and this is not an exact answer I'm giving you because I'm not 100% certain, but I have seen elephant tongues before. Very difficult. They don't normally open their mouths that much. Sometimes when they drink water, you know, Alexandra, when they tip their heads back and they squirt water into their mouths with their trunks, you sometimes get a glimpse of the tongue. But in a big elephant, a fully grown elephant, I would say it is, yeah, it's about the size of a American football or a rugby ball. It has almost got the same shape as well. It's quite elongated and pointy, as you can imagine a tongue will be. But yeah, I would say around about 30 centimeters in length, about 15 centimeters in height, roughly that size. Interesting question. I'm going to keep my eye open see if I can see more elephant tongues and get a better answer for you. That's not going to be an easy one. But hey, that's what it's all about. That way I learn, you learn, and you can never stop learning from nature. There's a little one, baby walking, very small one walking behind that cow. Just look at that little one go, trying to keep up with mum on those short legs. Nice BK. Just want to give a compliment to BK here as well. You know, these elephants are here in our, shall I say, 7 o'clock position already. And he is training. He's sitting in a very awkward position to be able to bring you that footage of the elephants walking away that you just saw. Thank you, BK. Are you having a cramp there? Yeah. He is flexing those muscles. Oh, there's some zebra in the distance. They were drinking here a little bit earlier on. Sorry, Zebbies, we didn't pay you too much attention when you were drinking. We had all this elephant action happening right in front of us. wildebeest. Oh, hey, thank you. There we go. We've been waiting for Warties so long. Thanks, BK. During sunrise and sunset safari time, me and BK have seen so many warthogs, but the minute we stop, they have one look at us, those little tails go up and they disappear into the distance. So now we have some warthogs in the distance. There's another, we actually did spot the first piglets yesterday. It was very, very brief. They were so small that I almost didn't see them. BK saw them. They were not much taller than the grass. Very, very small piglets. So yeah, so the warthog piglets are starting to come as well. And on that note, there's another one. On that note, the first reports of baby impalas here in Madikwe. First reports has come in. We personally haven't seen them, but it is hopefully this afternoon. So those warthogs at least gave us a glimpse this time, BK. Although it's long distance, we've been chomping at the bit to give you some footage of warthogs the whole week so far, with no success until now. Nathan, it does indeed, especially in nature, it does pay off. And normally when it pays off in a big time. Wildebeest out there. Yes, Nathan, sometimes out here on safari it is very tempting to chase around and thinking that you're going to see more if you do. But in personal experience, I've found if you sit at a body of water like this and you've got the patience to stay out here the whole day, you're going to see amazing things. And that is exactly what we're going to do. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Lisa there in Djuma.
Thank you, Kevin. What an awesome sighting to have had with the elephants. Jeez. And so close, that's really, really amazing. I'm just currently on the Djuma Dam cam, as always monitoring all of our water holes, but as you can see, this impala is more tummy than or stomach than anything else. And even though she's not in great condition, I'm going to be very honest about that. You can actually see her ribs and like her spinal cord and everything, but she is still heavily pregnant, as is the one in the middle. So I'm just keeping an eye on the ladies, just for in case. As we know, they generally tend to rather give birth in the daytime as opposed to the nighttime, but again, it can always be different. We never know. But yes, I would rather keep a very close eye on them, while we can at least, as opposed to, you know, just ignoring them and then perhaps missing anything. But you can see it is still very windy in Djuma. Oh, she's really not in great form. Yes, kingfisher. So I will definitely keep an eye on the ladies. There's some waterbuck around as well.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Please, kingfisher. If we can just see you once, I will never bother you again. Okay, that's probably a lie, knowing me, but I really do love watching them. But if we can just see you just one time. Kenneth, you would like to know what is the chances of the impala surviving with mom in that condition. Let me just get us back to that impala and then I shall continue to explain. There's a hornbill on the ground. Hi, are you coming to give us a hug? Nope. She's out. So, just with regards to the female that I personally, I'm not a wildlife vet or something. It's just my personal opinion from what I've seen in my time. The one female was definitely not in great condition. And you were asking, would the baby survive? You know, if mom is a little bit malnutritioned and all of that. See, that's a tricky question because again, you know, you don't know the resilience of the mom and the baby, etc., etc. You don't know the circumstances that might come after she has given birth. So it really does depend. I'm just trying to figure out if it's this female. I don't think so. Let me just have a closer look-see. Perhaps it was her. Yes, you can see she's almost just skin and bones. Apart from her actual stomach. Oh man, that's always horrible to see. But again, you know, she's not on the verge of dying. That is not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying she is definitely skinnier than the rest of the impalas that are currently pregnant. But it really does depend. Just like humans, you know, some of us can have the same circumstances thrown at us, and some of us are just more resilient, others less. So it really depends on the circumstances which she will give birth in. But her skin is also not in great form. But for the most part, I would say, you know, if she hasn't up till now had a miscarriage, it sounds horrible, but had a miscarriage, then the baby might actually be okay. But I have actually seen where, you know, an impala has given birth to a dead lamb, unfortunately. So it does happen. Nature is cruel. But it will be interesting to see. And of course, you know, with impalas, it is a little bit difficult to actually monitor them and say, I'm going to keep an eye on this specific one. It's not like lions or elephants, or they do really all look very much alike. But you can see she's also, her breathing is very heavy. So it might of course just be from the heat and humidity. But she's definitely very soon gonna have her baby. If it's not today or within the next week. At least, I would say. And then we've got an impala as well, but on the other side. They are the lucky ones. And believe it or not, they do jump the fences. That is not at all a problem for them. If they want to get in, they definitely do. If they want to get out, they definitely do. Oh, mommy, please stay alright. Stay healthy, keep eating, keep drinking water. We really need you to be okay, even though there's a lot of impalas around. It's always sad when one is in a bad condition. Just gonna take a look and see what else is around here at Djuma, apart from our annoying woodlands kingfisher. Oh my goodness, was that seriously just a kingfisher that flew past us? I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but I might have to throw a proper tantrum if it was. Just gonna check this tree. Generally they wouldn't land in very stuffy trees like this. They prefer to have, it's fine if it's got branches and leaves and everything, but they actually prefer landing in more open trees, if you can say it like that. Not necessarily dead trees, but just where they have a bit of a clearer view. Lawrence, you would like to know what relationship do we get between birds and the different animals? So of course there's various symbiotic relationships. You get something as simple as, let me see if I can actually get us an example right now. So you do get the most common one, which is what we call mutualism. So that is actually, there we go. Thank you, Impala. You are lovely. Thank you, thank you. So you see that bird on this Impala, that is a red-billed oxpecker. So that is what we refer to as mutualism. So currently both of those animals are in fact benefiting because the Impala is getting cleansed and the oxpecker is getting fed. So both are currently benefiting. So that is one of the different symbiotic relationships you have. Then you can also have parasitism, where an animal will keep pecking at a wound, and because of all those parasites and everything that's coming out, they will keep pecking at it, and unfortunately that wound doesn't really have time to heal. So that is the more uncommon case of parasitism. And then you also get commensalism. So that is often when you see cattle egret, for instance, or fork-tailed drongos, as they move along with the animals are disturbing insects and creepy crawlies in the grass, and when they flush them, the animals or the birds then go for that. And that is called commensalism, because one party is definitely benefiting and the other one is not harmed in the process. It also doesn't benefit, but it is not at all harmed, luckily, so it's not in any way really affected. So you can find the kingfishers in trees like this, the tree that's completely dead. But you are more likely to find them in a tree like the one at the back, for instance. This one, where it's a little bit open, but they've still got some cover, and they actually enjoy sitting on the lower branches, where they've got a good vantage point with regards to vocalizing, with regards to spotting food or potential friends or partners. So I'm just going to check the water hole one last time, and then perhaps we shall see what is happening at our other water holes. Our Egyptian goose here in France, as always. Saw some bird flying in here, but I'm not sure what it was. It's moved off now, or deeper up as well. But it seemed like it was definitely on some sort of mission, so it might be constructing a nest, which will be very interesting. I also just want to make sure. Oh, it is a starling. It is a starling. Hi, beautiful. Sorry, I thought I saw a tree agama there, but it is actually just a part of the tree. And then of course we can hear our beautiful red-chested cuckoo. Goodness, Lisa, it's a chested, not a chet. It seems like our impala have moved off now. Ooh. This male is definitely interested in the lady. Wow, chicky, wow, wow. You need to buy her flowers first, my friend. You can't just want to have her babies. Oh, and just look at that. She's specifically lifting the tail as well. And he will then, of course, taste that loveliness. And that will actually communicate to him by use of his Jacobson's organ. There we go. There's the Flechtman grimace. But that is now communicating to him. Is she ready to copulate? Ready to make some babies? And what she's doing with her ears is actually like a sort of a submissive behavior. She's allowing him to smell her and to do all of these weird things that he's currently busy with. So those ears sort of not completely going down, but just going downwards. He's probably gonna taste that again now. And then give us another good smile. So she's playing hard to get, but she's definitely allowing for the situation. You can see he's also very much interested by show of his interest. Why are you not mounting her? That's very interesting. Just bear with me. I just want to keep my eyes on them. You never know, they might actually do the deed. Very interesting though. So that must mean she is not pregnant. Because of course if she had been pregnant, she would not be in estrus. That is my speculation, at least. Now that I'm looking at her, she does look rather hefty and uncomfortable. But what was he trying to do then? You can literally just see her panting. She's very, very hot and uncomfortable. Yes, indeed. I'm trying to figure out what's going on now. Because he was definitely interested in mating with her. But then, of course, he didn't mount her. So I'm wondering if she's not perhaps pregnant and that is what he smelled. But it's a weird situation. Like, now I'm not really sure of my story. Or the animals, or their storyline. Because looking at her now, she does seem very round. But by his behavior, I would have, my first guess would have been like, she's definitely an estrus, he wants to mate. Righty, I'm gonna take one last look around, but I will definitely keep an eye on this female. But I'm gonna stick with Duma and see what is happening with these water bugs, and of course check the actual water hole, see what comes down, hopefully. And while I do so, apparently Rolf in Kariga has a massive surprise for us, so let's see what it is.
So the big bull that is dominant here on the eastern side of Kariga has made his way onto the plain and towards me. So, lovely surprise. I hope he comes over to say hello. Now that the sun is just starting to poke through the clouds, it's making for wonderful lighting when it hits him. It's great to see and spend time with these magnificent beasts. See all those scratch marks on the side of his skin? That's just walking through the thickets, nothing serious. He probably hardly even feel that, if he feels it at all. They have got extremely thick skin, so it doesn't really bother them. Some of the places that they do walk through, I wouldn't dare. You'd be scratched to pieces. It's just like the elephants and eating thorns. It's incredible. So he's still reasonably young. He's about 8 years old, this individual. You gonna come and say hello, buddy? I don't think it's quite the right day for a mud wallow. It's not really that hot. But you never know. Seems like he's on a bit of a mission now. They do sort of have quite a schedule of walking around their home range and territory and marking. They do sort of loop around similar areas daily and make sure that it's all marked, as he may do now. Yeah, there we go. See that tail coming up? That wonderful sort of arched, makes like a little ball there. Always know there's going to be either spray or poop when they do that. And they also do that as well when they're stressed. It's one of the indicators that we may use when we're out on trail. So Jordan, yeah, as difficult as it may seem for us to be able to pick up, the olfactory senses of rhino and in most mammals that are out here is incredible. It's acute, and they can pick up tiny little differences in the smell of their environment, as well as urine and dung. So there will be a unique smell for this particular individual, and if another one comes along and smells it, he would be able to differentiate between different rhino just from the smell of the urine and the dung. And so that's why rhino also, when they do defecate in their middens in particular, they sort of scratch their back and their front legs into the dung and where they've sprayed, and so it wipes onto their feet, and then as they walk it gets spread along the route that they follow as well. So then any of the other rhino, whether it be females or males, coming into those areas will be able to identify that this particular male has moved through and is a territorial male. And they may even be able to tell the strength of his testosterone, etc. It's literally like opening up a newspaper for them and reading it. But maybe let's say it's like a Facebook profile. They can literally see what school you went to, what interests you have, etc., etc. There, he's going to do it again. So you see, and also when he goes on that sort of route march, then you know he wants to go and head to another one of his marking points. And he'll probably do this on the same spots almost daily as well. So, you know, especially after it's rained, you'll see that with predators too. Then they really walk on their territorial march and go and spray all their particular spots, because it may have weakened the smell with the rain. So when they get there, they can still smell it a little bit, but it's not very strong. They want it smelling as strong as possible, because the stronger it smells, the more that the females will accept him as a dominant bull, and any other imposters or competitors will also then be intimidated by the strength of his testosterone and any other hormones that may sort of be used in that olfactory communication between rhinos. We've got terrible smell in comparison as humans. Some have better than others, obviously, but especially I find it crazy that some people can't smell hyena pastings, which for me, I smell it very strongly. There he goes again.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
I saw Thandi, Sia, Mtetu, as well as Tembi and her calf yesterday, but I didn't see the bull, so it's nice to see him today. So Mason, who's 10, wants to know how big a rhino's heart is. Well, Mason, it is very big, because it's a massive animal, isn't it? And they can be up to 3,000 kilograms. So if you think how much you weigh, Mason, and then you'll have to work out how much bigger a rhino is than you. Maybe somebody can help you. And with him being so much bigger, he's got lots more blood that he needs to pump around that massive body. So he needs a big heart to be able to do that. And if you work out how much bigger a rhino is than you, in terms of how much you weigh and how much the rhino weighs, and how much bigger he is than you, then maybe you can also work out how much bigger the rhino's heart is bigger than yours, because he's got to pump around that blood all over his massive body. So they are much bigger than ours, and it needs to be enough for him to survive with all that blood being pumped around. Sorry, I keep going in, but then the wind is gusting, and so it's making it wobbly there, and that's why I then zoom out a little bit again. So I'm trying to hold everything down here. The wind is getting rather strong. So there's a little exercise for you, Mason, and a little bit of practicing your maths. I want to know how much bigger a rhino's heart is than yours, Mason. And while you're working that out, let's head on over to Lisa.
Jeez, Rolf, I'm never asking you a question. That is quite the task. But an interesting one, definitely. I am currently just still in Djuma. I am keeping an eye on our antelope, but I am just having such a giggle at this heron because he himself is trying to... Just look at his mullet. He himself is trying so hard to avoid the wind. And Terry the terrapin and Harry the heron have been having a massive conversation. But yes, as I say, this heron has not been doing much. It literally had 1 foot in the water when it did come to this area, because it walked all the way from the actual water hole, and he had 1 foot in the water, and then he decided, nope, it's fine, I'll just I'll imagine the fish from here where I currently am. So you can hear also super windy in Djuma. If you cannot hear it, you can definitely see it. This poor heron. Jeez, he has literally just been taking it so easy. I have not yet seen him catch anything today, but of course, you know, we don't always see everything that happens. Specifically with birds like these, they can eat multiple portions of fish in a day. But I'm gonna help to anchor this heron down, just keep him steady in this gusts. And while I do so, I'm gonna send you to Kevin in Madikwe, who's got my favorite animal.
Lisa, I'm glad elephants are your favorites as well. They're certainly up there on my list. It has been very quiet since you were with us last, since that pool party, but now we've got 2 more elephants slowly making their way into the water here. He's starting his water trot here. He's starting to get excited. The one in the background, you can see they're starting walking faster, starting to smell the water. Come, big boy, not far to go. Well-deserved drink. We're going to wait for him to arrive at the water and start drinking, and then we're going to pan around and see what other small or big things we can find for you. Hey Charlotte, I like your question. Yes, I think they do. I mean, even humans, when the rain starts and it's been raining in different areas, and those thunderstorms start moving in, you pick up that very fresh water, rain, fresh wet soil smell in the air. Even humans can pick it up. Now imagine with elephants with that acute sense of smell of theirs. So I would say, based on a smell, from smell point of view, absolutely they would also smell the rain. And I think maybe elephants might have other mechanisms, because all animals are so more finely in tuned with nature than us humans, that I'm definitely sure they will sense when there's some welcome rain approaching. A bit of a greeting there. Right, by the look of it, you are not in a hurry to drink. Plenty of water out there in the bush, puddles, seasonal little pans. The two Egyptian geese getting out of the way quickly. The big boys are coming. Oh, look here, PK. Will you pick up on it? Look at that, coming in a whole flock. Out of the blue, literally, yeah? Out of the blue. A whole flock of spur-winged goose. Geese, is that? Yeah, of course, Kevin. Plural, geese. Spur-winged geese. Just arrived here as well. Seven of them. Me personally, am not the prettiest of not the prettiest of geese species. One of the biggest species of geese that you will find out here. Oh, that was a short visit. Or you just, no, they're just moving on. Great camera work, BK. Let's see what these Egyptian geese do. They probably want like these spur wings in the air in their territory. Let's see if there's going to be some interaction. I haven't seen so many together for quite a while there, because they're normally only in pairs or very small parties. Well, I suppose you can class this as a small party, 7 of them. But yeah, normally I only see 1 or 2 together. And I wonder, I think our 2 elephants that arrived, they will probably get in the water after drinking. Hey there, Tina. I'm guessing that you want me to do imitations again, which I am not very good at. I haven't heard them vocalize that often. They're not very vocal species, only when they fly in. And it's normally like a very high-pitched G, 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 G type of but I tell you what, let's try and use technology. I'm going to play you the sound quickly. Bear with me, let's go. You see there, Tina, my imitation of Chi-Chi didn't sound anything like that, didn't it? But I hope you heard that. I just played that for you. Thank you, Lisa. And in goes our elephants. Done with drinking, it's now time to cool off again. Since about 9:30 this morning, this is now and we were away for a little bit. We were away from Kolobeng Dam for a bit, but this is now the 3rd set of elephants coming for a swim. Oh, BK, I just spotted a yellow pansy butterfly here as well. Now, it might gonna take fancy camera work, but BK is the wizard, as I call him. Somewhere here, yes, on that where it makes, yeah, just go. You've got it there. It's opening, closing the wings somewhere there. There we go. You've got it in the center of the screen. Look at this beautiful butterfly, and must I say, stunning camera work as well. Look at that when it opens. Everybody, that is a yellow pansy. Let's wait for it to open those wings. Oh, look at that, stunning. There's two of them. Stunning. You almost get that, only that flash of color when they close the wings again against that muddy background, and all of a sudden you just see that flash of color. That's what drew my attention the first time around. I just saw that flash. On the point of butterflies, let's do some butterfly watching. I've got something else for you. BK, a little bit left, you see them? A little bit left along the shoreline on that elephant dung. There we go. Some more butterflies. Brown veined whites. Brown veined whites. Those colors normally fade a little bit. I think these are quite new hatchlings. So that contrast between the white and the blacks are still quite contrasty. It normally fades, it gets a little bit duller. Excuse me, clustered on that old elephant dung ball. I think they're after the moisture. That is what they're after. You can appreciate they cannot drink directly from the water. It's going to be a treacherous exercise for them. Just now those wings get wet, so they will sit on, like that elephant, that dung ball that's quite moisture rich, and I would say that is what they are busy doing there. So amazing what nature offers if you start looking more closely, and then all of a sudden you find all these small wonders right here around us as well. Oh, look at that Ellie pose. Thanks BK for the butterflies. Look at this guy. While we look at these elephants cavorting, let me just tell you a bit more about those brown veined whites. We can keep looking at the elephants. Now, butterflies, like most insects, will go through metamorphosis, and the larvae, or the caterpillar stage, so you'll have the eggs turn into a larvae or caterpillar. The caterpillar will then pupate, and then after that the new adult form, which is the butterfly as we know it, will emerge. Now the reason brown veined whites are quite common here by us is that the larvae, the caterpillar, loves feeding on the leaves of shepherd's trees. Very species specific as to what type of plant that caterpillar will feed on, and that is a shepherd's tree, and they are in abundance in this area. So the reason we find these brown veined whites quite often. I've got my binoculars to my eyes. I'm searching for more butterflies. BK, Randy says thank you for that fancy camera work and showing him that beautiful butterflies. It's our pleasure. BK says so as well. I think butterflies were put on earth to bring us joy. And I'm searching to see if there isn't maybe one or two more species we can pick up here. Beautiful two laughing doves sitting right in front of our vehicle here as well. They're right on the shoreline straight ahead, B. Quite well camouflaged against the water. Have you got them? And he's got them. Two laughing doves. And yes, I know the question is going to come. Imitate the laughing dove. Well, I am currently am. Laughing doves. They're just waiting the opportunity to drink. I'm sure they're going to go to the shoreline there. Just scouting if the coast is clear. There's so much going on. With the main attraction, of course, being these two. That one's completely. We were certainly spoiled so far on this escape to nature experience this morning with all these elephants. Why does the one dove have a longer neck than the other? Luckily they just flew off. So I couldn't really see why the one had. I've never picked up that the one dove has a longer neck than the other one, unless there is a twist to this tail. I suspect maybe, but I certainly didn't pick up on it, Andrew. They pretty much looked fairly evenly necked to me.
What is your role at Eco Training? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
I once saw a herd of elephant walking across a dam. So now let me try and explain. They were in the water. It was quite a deep dam, so they it looked to me, because elephants can swim, remember, but it looked to me as if they were walking on the bottom. And as far as I can recall, it was about 6 or 7 of them. And they preferred not to swim, or maybe they were swimming, but the point I want to make is there were 6 or 7 trunks sticking up above the water. It was the only thing you can see. It almost looked like a Loch Ness monster, with those trunks above the water, all in a row as they were following each other, completely submerged, and using those trunks as a snorkel. Are you guys gonna come this way for a mud wallow now? Is that your plan? Isabella, you will very often see. Now, let me answer your question this way. That trunk is such a useful tool for everything. It's a nose, it's a straw, it's an arm. You will very often see elephants scratching their ear, and they'll put the tip of the trunk straight into that ear hole, and they will wiggle it around. You do often see that with elephants. And so if I would presume if some mud or any other debris or anything gets stuck there, that's the way they clean their ears. They use the tip of the trunks as an earbud. Oh, nice breeze picking up now. Very typical of summer, hot summer days here in South Africa, as you had these hot mornings, as just after lunchtime, 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you start getting this beautiful breeze picking up. One's blowing bubbles. Let's head over to the lovely Mashatu, one of my personal favorite places, and let's go and join Lisa.
Thank you, Kevin, and well done to yourself and BK for spotting those butterflies and for actually capturing them on camera. That was really a good find. I'm just waiting to see if we're going to get some elephant action ourselves at Mashatu again, because we have had a few individuals that came to the water earlier on, but it was such a brief visit. I really would love to see the elephants. And the previous time I did this with zooming in on the terrapins, the next thing they jumped in the water, all of them, and then elephants appeared. So I'm going to try that again. I don't know if it will help us today, but you never know. Just so peaceful still here in Mashatu. It truly is. And I've decided I'm no longer gonna scan every single branch here in Mashatu for the woodlands kingfisher. I do believe if it wants to be seen and it wants me to show all of you, it will show itself, hopefully. But no, I will, of course, as always, keep scanning every single spot, just making sure we are not easily overlooking it, because believe me, for the contrast and, you know, just the weird colors it has when you compare them to everything else around, you would think they are very easy to spot, but not at all. Much like an elephant, you would think you so easily spot them, you would never overlook them, and then ta-da, you've been missing elephants all the time. So please do let me know, what animals would you love to see that surprise us on this last bit on Escape to Nature today? Elephants, of course you all know elephants are at the top of my list always, anytime, every day. So I really would be so thrilled if we've got some last minute elephant action today before Escape to Nature ends. Or perhaps we haven't seen our Kori busted here in quite some time, so that would also be very cool. And then of course, you know, it doesn't just have to be here at Mashatu. I am keeping an eye on all of our water holes, so do let me know, what would you like to see on this last piece of Escape to Nature today? And what have you really enjoyed seeing? I'm very jealous of Kevin's elephants, but we ourselves have had some brilliant sightings. Just, I think for me today it's just been very serene and peaceful and therapeutic, like it's been so super chilled, and sometimes you really do need that. Sometimes you can have a safari that is so full of action you actually feel exhausted afterwards. Which of course we never complain about, but sometimes it's good to just take a step back and just listen and sort of, I almost want to say, inhale everything. And just take it all in, appreciate it all. But of course, I'm very curious what you can also do. You can send me, what is your prediction for this afternoon's animal bingo that will be taking place on Sunset Safari? Who do you think will be the conqueror this afternoon of animal bingo? I know I've got my predictions, but I'm not gonna verbalize them to the universe. Who do you think is going to win animal bingo? Dee, you can whisper in my ear, I won't say it loud, so they think you are favoring anyone. Come on, elephants. I've just got an inkling you're gonna appear out of nowhere. Come on, my elephants. And again, sorry I'm taking some time. I'm literally just scanning every tree, because even though I said I'm gonna give up looking for a woodlands kingfisher. I would never do that. So I'm just scanning each and every corner, just making sure I'm not overlooking anyone. What was that? I think it was just a dove, but I can't be sure. I actually want to take, I haven't really seen dung beetles here in the short, so I want to see if our elephant dung from earlier attracted any of our dung beetle friends. Can't really see any movements. Of course, as I said, it does seem like he had a bit of a loose tummy. That is merely because everything is just so nutrient rich in the summertime, and the dung beetles wouldn't really enjoy making a ball from that because that is too loose almost and too moist. And then just to the left of the dung you will see that white thing. That used to be a foam nest tree frog, and a week ago it was still intact, so they must have in the meanwhile come to life. Alright, let us take one more look around Mshatsi's water hole. Just see, perhaps someone comes to say goodbye. Oh, hello, you never know. Come on, animals. Even the impalas are yet to come still show us their new babies. If they've had them. If they have not yet, take your time, ladies. No pressure. seems like we've still, let me just make sure. Yes, we've still got the spur-winged geese around. One is just close to the water and other one is under the tree from what I can see. And then of course just to the right, an Egyptian goose. And Kevin, that was a wonderful imitation on the spur-winged goose. It is all about talking like an animal and talking to an animal. We love to do that. I probably more than most. I think I do enjoy talking to animals a little bit more. My father always jokes and says I was able to talk to animals before I could actually speak to humans. And I do believe that, you know. Great stuff. Well, now that I'm confident we are, 99% confident that we are not missing out on anything or anyone, we do have a last minute surprise in Okukoyo. So let's head on over so I can show you. It's my unicorns. Now, this, by the way, is my first sighting of more than one black rhino here in Okukoyo in the daylight. I've had many of them during nighttime, but this is actually the first time seeing more than just one in actual beautiful midday daylight. Ah, just stunning. So these are in fact black rhinos. Beautiful, beautiful black rhinos. And this is your more endangered rhino amongst, or well, between black and white rhino. And just to let everyone know, of course, rhino poaching is a massive, massive thing happening not just in Africa but in the world. There are constantly eyes on these beautiful rhinos. All of our rhinos, really, especially that, you know, we do show, whether they are horned or dehorned, there are constantly anti-poaching teams keeping their eyes on them, constantly following them, making sure they are all right. And it breaks my heart. Whew, almost got emotional there. It really does break my heart that I never in my life thought I would have to say that, you know, these animals have babysitters. If you look at that animal, that is a tank of an animal. They are massive. And even though the black rhino is a little smaller than the white rhino, they really are enormous animals. And that is what aggravates me so much about the situation. Really, it gets my blood boiling. Is that animal is so tenacious, so just powerful and majestic, and yet it needs a babysitter. Why have we as humans come to such a low point? Because by all means, if you want to take that rhino's horns, by all means, I will even hand you a machete to take the horns. But do it without having to shoot that animal with our stupid technology, our stupid weaponry. Just walk up to that rhino. Let me see you go for it. It's not going to happen. I've seen a white rhino puncture and put its horn, its front horn, through the wheel of a Land Cruiser. And I mean, you've all seen Land Cruisers. It's the car that Kevin drives. It's a massive car. And it literally, it punctured the wheel, almost at the wheel, and ripped the whole wheel off the rim, or off the vehicle. So again, you know, why have we come to such a horrible point where I have to be able to say, don't worry, there's people watching these rhinos, they are keeping them safe. Like, how sad and how, I almost want to say pathetic is it that we've come to such a point in our life as humans to think we have that much right over these animals. And so for me, generally, that's one of the easiest tells with black and white rhino. With black rhino, both of the horns, generally specifically with an adult, it will be, both of the horns will be very long. Whereas white rhino is generally, the front horn is very long and then the horn in the middle is not as long. But again, that is not always the case. Sometimes rhinos are dehorned. Sometimes, like we've seen many a times with Rolf and Kariga, you know, there has been poaching incidents and all of that has actually completely changed the look of their horns. So you can't even always just go on that. And again, I almost get emotional when I say these things because it's so sad that we've come to a point. Well, you know, these rhinos look different because humans had some sort of interference, whether that animal survived or not. And it really is, when you have seen your first victim of poaching, you become a completely different person. I will never forget my first poaching incident. I was a mere 19 years old, and I was a part of the game management team, and it really was something just mentally and emotionally changes you. So when we do see these animals like we are seeing them now in Okokoyo, it is absolutely brilliant. Awesome. Well, just like the anti-poaching team that are currently watching these beautiful rhinos here in Okokoyo, I too am going to keep an eye on you. And while I do that, I'm going to send you to Mr. Kevin in Madikwe, who has some stripes.
I'm just gonna, we can't let you leave us on this escape to nature experience without dazzling you one last time. Let me quickly reposition us. They are walking here behind us. Bear with me.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Just look how those tusks actually curl behind the sides of his face. And, well, wait, hang on, we're going to try again. No, he's still there, a little bit. Hang on, let's just quickly reposition again. Stay with us. Thank you, Sam, very kind of you. It's always nice to know that it is appreciated. Let's try another glimpse of this warthog. If I can find, yeah, there we go. I think we're gonna be in luck. Saw them walking here. Yes, no. Yeah. BK is gonna be out of the side, I think. Okay, let me go a little bit back and you tell me when you see them. It's in this gap here. There he is. You see him? In that gap. He's standing somewhere there. BK, but forward for you. There he goes. Oh well, guys, while we're trying to find you, this warthog, in the meantime, let's go and join Lisa there in Okukuyu.
Beautiful, Kevin, and again you have got me jealous. It seems that is your mission for the day, just to make me jealous with your elephants and your baby zebra. I just want to put it in my pocket. But I am still trying to negotiate here at Mashatu with the different animals. I've tried to call a conference for all of the impala females, but apparently that has not worked. They do not want to come. Rude. So very rude. But yes, still awaiting my last minute elephants. Very, very happy we got to see those rhinos though in Okukoyo. Always so amazing to see them. And of course we've seen some absolutely amazing things today. Rolf with his beautiful rhinos and all of these other animals, these zebras. And then of course Kevin, I think between the three of us, you or Rolf probably won animal bingo if we had an animal bingo today. If it was up to me, Kevin, you would win because you've now had a zebra foal and the elephant swimming so many times and so many butterflies. But of course that is not how the bingo works. But we have all seen some amazing things, including our spur-winged geese, which is absolutely incredible. Not an uncommon sighting, but not an everyday sighting for sure. So it truly has been such a beautiful day. Sorry dear, I didn't catch that name. I just got the comment. Thank you so much for Escape to Nature or Rose, I believe. Sorry dear, I'm not not getting your comms clearly. But you are welcome. Thank you for everyone that has joined us on Escape to Nature. Thank you for all of your questions and your comments, and of course, as always, all your good laughs with us. It has been an absolutely brilliant day, from swimming elephants to zebras to beautiful rhinos in the daylight at Okukoyo. It truly has been an amazing day, and as always, I will be joining on Sunset Safari as well and rooting for all of our different naturalists. But please do join us after this for Penguin Beach as well as for Sunset Safari this afternoon. I do believe it's going to be a good one. We never know what we're going to see, but it's always so exhilarating not knowing. Just taking one last look But from myself, Lisa, from Kevin in Madikwe, and of course from Rolf in Kariga, thank you so much for a brilliant day, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature today. We'll see you tomorrow.